unmute myself as I always forget to do. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Dustfire Media's Scum and Villainy actual play. The last 2 episodes before we take a little break for the summer because Steve is unavailable all summer. Explain yourself, Steve. You're muted. So keep yourself muted, and I'm gonna take your silence as an apology.
Oh,
you can take noises as apologies as well. I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. I just like making fun of you, as I like making fun of all my friends.
That is fair.
Yeah,
I will be in the Philippines.
Yes,
and otherwise being in transition and moves and unmoves until late August, beginning of September.
I back when there was a pandemic. Do you guys remember that? When there was like a global pandemic?
No. Did I miss something?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was like 3 years of people just being stuck in their house. It was something, man.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it was
Sounds crazy.
It was crazy. I think I blocked out that time, if I'm being completely honest.
Glad I missed that.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so during that time, everyone was starved for interaction, and so Danny and I started a family D&D 5e game.
Oh God!
And we played for like a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
We played for like a couple months, and Danny's sister was on vacation in the Philippines when the world shut down. So she got stuck in the Philippines, which was funny. And when we were trying to play D&D together, the internet was just abysmal. It was so bad.
You're like, Rachel, come on, hurry up with that third world internet. What are you doing?
I know, right? So that's me saying there's no way we'd be able to do this with Steve in the Philippines. I don't. You'd have to have like a specific internet setup.
Shots fired at the Philippines. Now I'm more excited to go.
No, it's just that it's just that the Wi-Fi infrastructure would not support this project, right? Like unless you paid to have the internet connection too.
You could also fly to Korea once a week.
You could fly to Korea once.
So I guess we're making the assumption that the family that you guys are visiting in the Philippines haven't paid for good internet.
It's true. I am making that assumption.
Oh, it's Airbnbs, but I think it's to go another way. Either way. I'll test the speed.
Maybe we'll get you on an episode sometime.
Just like a fun step in, step out, be a ridiculous character, get killed. That'll be so fun.
That would be pretty fun. You can be all the Arthurian knights that die.
Ooh, collectively, I will show up as each Arthurian knight.
Yeah.
Nice.
We are Arthurian knight, Steve.
To Danny's point, there are several countries closer than Korea to the Philippines that are very likely to have strong internet connections. I just think that's worth noting.
Just fly down to Australia.
No, gotta go to Korea.
It has to be Korea. It has to be Korea.
Their
internet is so fast.
They're the only ones that'll let you directly in for internet purposes.
What is your purpose for visiting? Recording a podcast. I'm heading back later.
Wi-Fi is so fast in Korea that you can travel through it. It's a form of teleportation.
Speaking of all this, what's your bucket list country to travel to?
Oh, that's a good question.
Milwaukee, it's literally the best one.
Okay, Danny.
Literally not.
This is such a stupid answer, but I haven't been to Europe yet, and I fucking love classic sword and sorcery fantasy stories and stuff.
Sure.
So there's a lot of Europe that really scratches that itch and will make me feel like I'm in one of those stories. And so I mean, bucket list, not country necessarily. I guess if I had to pick a country, I'd say, or a city even, Prague is kind of top of my list. But
okay, Prague.
Nick, you're muted. Yes. I've seen you chime in. I'm like, I want to hear Nick chiming in. Dang it.
We have to. Well, Nick figures that out. Nick is not muted from what. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Just changed my microphone settings for no reason. Anyways, I was saying I was agreeing with Johnny. That's a cool idea, and I was just going to mention an anecdote that my brother had visited Ireland recently and saw like castles and stuff, and I was immediately jealous. I was like,
Yeah.
"Cool,
Castles are cool.
Castles are
For
cool.
sure.
pretty cool." I don't know that I'd go to Europe. I think I still. I probably would have been Japan, but I did get to go to Japan last year. So yeah, no, I'm not super sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of places I want to go for sure. Like China,
Yeah.
Korea, Europe, several countries.
Yeah, Europe's the only continent I haven't been to yet, which is a big part of why I said somewhere in Europe. But
Antarctica.
One travel.
I guess Antarctica I haven't been to either, but I'm not.
I mean, he means like civilized continent.
Hey man, you don't know what those penguins are up to.
That's true. They can be doing anything.
I've seen most of the penguins. I've learned enough.
If Madagascar, the movie, is accurate, then even the penguins hate it there. So
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
believe
pretty
it.
sure it's basically a documentary. It's CGI, but it's essentially.
I think it's the most accurate depiction of Madagascar that we've seen to date.
Yeah.
Yeah, or of animals in their inner
Well,
life.
I have to confess, I probably didn't see any depictions prior to that movie. So
That's also a problem.
I don't think you're wrong, Steve. I don't know if I've.
we have a lack of
Yeah.
representation of Madagascar
Actually, you know
for
what?
sure.
If you guys grew up on PBS like I did, watching Zaboomafoo,
Oh
like,
yeah,
then you saw plenty of Madagascar on Zaboomafoo.
we were
Oh.
just talking about Zaboomafoo yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Because so like Rio started watching the show on PBS now called Wildcrats.
Yeah, Wildcrats.
And then I showed him Zaboomafoo and I was like, oh my god, it's the brothers. What?
Yeah.
How are they still making TV? And then Nick and Sky blew my mind.
Yeah. I'm
And
sorry.
we're like, they're not actually brothers. And I'm like, they're not actually brothers?
Yeah.
And I
So
don't know.
sorry.
I don't know what to do with my life now.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm
Because
sorry.
everything I based my entire
Because-
life on to this point was that those two were brothers.
They're clearly
my gosh.
very good friends. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I have to take us. This is a bit of a left turn, but I have to go
No.
here real quick because I've been waiting to talk to somebody about this. I
Yes.
have been
Please.
watching. I've been like binging old seasons of Hell's Kitchen, and I don't know if you guys have watched Hell's Kitchen, but like they have a red kitchen and a blue kitchen. They're competing until a certain point of competition. They have chef's tables on either side of the kitchen. So at different points, Gordon Ramsay will bring in a guest for the blue side to impress and a guest for the red side to impress who sit at the chef's tables. There was an episode I was watching the other day where one of the chef's tables was one of the Property Brothers. And one of the other chef's tables was Ashley Greene, who played Alice in Twilight. And they keep cutting back and forth between like the kitchens and like they show the chef's tables that different things are going wrong at the tables. And during one of those cuts, I realized that the other Property Brother was sitting with Ashley Greene, but they never acknowledged him at all.
Interesting.
Were they fighting?
I don't know, Danny.
Do you think they're not actually brothers?
Yeah, this supports the theory.
They're
Yeah.
twins.
Well,
I don't
As,
know.
as far as they've said, have we seen the
don't know what
DNA
was
test to
going
prove
on.
that?
We haven't, but
True.
all I know is like I haven't been able to stop thinking about the other Property Brother sitting at the other table and them never even like a lot of times there are other celebrities in the dining room and they will like put like a nameplate just like acknowledge that this person is in the dining room. They didn't even do that much. They did not acknowledge the other Property Brother.
That's
Do
very
you,
forgot.
do you
I forgot
think
he was also famous?
that they
that
just
you
forgot
were
because the other one looks the
hallucinating?
same.
that he was there?
It's entirely possible, Steve, but not probable.
Okay.
I actually can I share another very funny brother story I was just reading about yesterday?
Yeah,
This might not be news to the rest of you, but I was reading this article that Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey are most likely stepbrothers.
Hmm.
I think they would know if they were stepbrothers. Their parents would have to have married each other.
or whatever, half
brothers.
brothers.
Yeah.
Brothers.
Brothers.
Okay.
Because Woody Harrelson's
Oh.
mom apparently had like a thing with Matthew McConaughey's dad, or maybe it was the other way around. But they both refuse to get DNA tests. So they're like, they know this. They're like, we're pretty sure we're half brothers, but we refuse to prove it.
Yeah, because they are really good friends in real life, and part of the reason they refuse to do it is because they don't want it. They were like, one, we don't want to complicate the relationship, and two, like we think it's more fun if everyone just kind of like has whatever idea they want to have.
Suspects it, but
I like that. Yeah.
And that makes sense because their chemistry in season 1 of True Detective was chef's kiss. It was incredible.
To your original question, Justin, Croatia's on my list.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Oh, I
Croatia's a good one.
completely forgot that was a question.
I can always leave it to Steve to just bring it back to where we originally started.
Slovenia is apparently beautiful. Yeah,
Malaysia.
but I have not yet been to
Malaysia.
Asia, and so I'm very excited to go to the Philippines. But there's so much of Asia that
Isn't the Philippines
I spend my
technically
lifetime exploring. What's that?
I'm pretty sure the Philippines isn't in Asia.
I think it's considered to be
Count
an
as
Asia.
I don't think it counts as
I think it's
Australia.
Oceania. Oh no, it's Asia. It's Asia.
Yeah, because some of it is islands, so it's kind of seen as like a halfway between like the Pacific Islands and.
Some
Yeah, I've heard
Filipinos
both
consider
Pacific
those
Islander and
Islanders.
both Asian
Yeah.
as references for the category that it gets put into. Whatever use that
think-
category is, I don't know. But
Us Filipinos transcend those terms.
yes,
All right.
We are just Filipino.
We
whatever we want to be.
you know.
I mean, there are countries that are often considered like a lot of times Pacific Islands get lumped in with Asian, and so people assume the Pacific Island is Asian, but it's not. And a lot of the Pacific Islands are Oceania, not Asia.
It's confusing because right, Oceania isn't a continent, and so it's like, is it?
Oceania is the continent that used to be called Australia. Australia is a country.
Oh, we call it. Okay, I didn't know that we updated the term. I thought it was just Australia and New Zealand was its own little place.
Nope,
That always confused me as a Kyle. I was like, why is an entire continent a single island?
Yeah, so the continent is the plate that's underneath the water. So it encompasses more than just the.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Look at us learning facts and updating.
It gets a little fudgier and political, sort of on the Eurasian.
Yeah, that's what I was
zone.
like,
Yeah, that one's just
Like Turkey is Asia and Europe, and you can sort of cut it.
Russia and
Sam.
Yep.
Yeah.
technically, yeah.
I mean, there
A
is
lot
a
of those
spot
Eastern
very
European-
distinctly where like there's a continental plate, there's a continental divide that does go through those countries, and there's like people can identify with whatever side of the line they want to if they're from countries that straddle it, but geographically there is a line.
Yeah. It is kind of confusing though.
Well, folks, thanks for learning with us today
Connected.
as we talk about the
We
geopolitical
Americans
landscape.
are experts on geography.
yeah. As evidenced by me being like, why does Australia get its own continent? It's just a single island. And China's like, no, it's not. That's not how that works.
That was exactly the argument, Justin, and that's why we now call it Oceania. It's at most a subcontinent in Oceania,
For
but
sure.
it is
Yeah.
most easy to define as a country.
Yeah. I'm with you. That makes sense. Between that and the Crap Brothers, I feel like a new person today.
By the way, votes for
Because we're
India
very-
just becoming a continent. It's just
For what?
India just being a continent as a distinction. It's just so enormous and so conceptually distinct
huge.
from, anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get off our geopolitical soapboxes and move to a sci-fi world and play Scum and Villainy.
So just a different soapbox then.
It's just another soapbox. I would like to say too, we're
in a book on Earth geography, and we'll discuss it in character.
Yeah.
we're very happy Danny's with us. Danny was sick, but he's here. He's alive. So we're happy he's here. And and I was really sick. That's why we didn't have this 2 weeks ago. So I just realized it's been like a month since we played this game.
Yeah,
And these are the last 2 episodes, sadly, before we take a little summer break, because I mentioned that Steve is unavailable all summer, so we won't be able to do this. But so here's the plan. We're gonna do these 2 episodes, and we're gonna take a little break. Come the fall, when Steve is available again, we're gonna probably come back to Scum and Villainy. I don't know about Scum and Villainy all the way from fall to like summer when we normally do. I haven't quite worked out how many episodes. Probably somewhere in the like 8. I would imagine 8 to 10. I think would give us enough to like land this plane. We're gonna come back to Scum and Villainy before we move on to a new game after Scum and Villainy. But we just realized that there was no way that we would be able to conclude these characters' stories in the like 4 episodes we had left. So this is going to end on a cliffhanger. I don't know what that cliffhanger is going to be, but it's going to be something. And then come fall, we'll pick this campaign back up, and we'll see how that works. We'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah. I feel like we have a little ways to go to wrap up the story really well. Personally.
Yeah,
but,
and that's
I'm open to seeing what happens.
If I'm completely honest, I thought of that the other day. I was like, there's nothing stopping us from just playing Scum and Villainy all the way until summer again next year. I think you guys, I often look at progression and advancement as like, okay, it's time to kind of end these campaigns. That's what we did with Avatar. And like, when I look at your character sheets, like you guys still have, probably a few more advancements before we feel like your character can't advance anymore. And so, there's nothing wrong with playing this all next season. So we'll see what ends up.
Growth wise, there's a lot of room. Trauma wise, I've only got 2 slots left before I die.
That's the other thing too, right? Like, that's the other thing. Like, it could be a total party wipe. I think a lot of you are in that like 2 to 4 trauma range, so it's getting close in that regard as well. Anyway,
I don't think any of us have 4 trauma. That person would be dead.
Oh, you're right. So 2 to 3. But
does anyone have 3? Does Practice have 3?
I think Practice
has 3. Yeah.
I thought Gears has only 2.
Crazy.
I think so.
Goose you.
Anyway.
Crazy goose.
Crazy goose Praxis.
Last episode, the last job was rescuing Havoc, who we found out has been a clone this entire time. A clone of who?
That man.
The original Praxis? I don't know. Let's find out.
Praxis?
You mean
the original Havoc? That would be a twist. That'd be
Havoc is a clone of me that looks nothing like me.
That'd be crazy. Rescuing Havoc from under the thumb of Vorex, who has now revealed himself an infamous shadow broker in the Procyon Sector, and also an the last remaining in the Procyon Sector
that we know of.
And the have had an eternal war with the Romden before decimating their population, but not before the Romden shoved them through the Hantu Gate. Or before the shoved them through the Hantu Gate. And that is where the Romden are, and most of their population has been since that happened, with only a few being left in the Procyon Sector to be enslaved and controlled by the human population coming in from the hegemony. What else did we find out? Oh, we found out that Praxis's fiance is alive. Was taken by Vorex before Praxis saw the body actually die, and can confirm that. And the clones were made. One of those clones was hunting Graves, and Graves brutally murdered that clone. The original. The original. It wasn't even the clone. That was the original. That was the original right. Diana Valeron. You did it though. You rescued Havoc. There was a couple moments I was like, I don't know, this might be it. But you did it. You escaped with a clone of Diana.
Yeah.
With Havoc. and we did some of the downtime stuff. I think you heard the Romden calling from behind the Hantu gate.
I did.
And we've got to do some downtime actions before we choose another job. I think that's the next step.
How could we possibly have downtime at a time like this?
What planet are we on?
I believe you said you went back to Warren.
Okay.
I think so.
I believe you said you went back to Warren.
Yeah. So,
Sure.
I'm just gonna hop right into it. If we went back to Warren, the first thing Havoc does, and he'll do this. He'll try to do this when like it's not as noticeable. He'll try to slip away from the ship, probably hop on one of the speeder bikes, and just go straight to the Bornico Syndicate's HQ.
Ah. Okay. What is your intent? What are you doing there?
Well, I mean, let's talk to Yatu.
Okay. All right.
What else do we do at the Bornico Syndicate HQ? He wants to infiltrate it. He has a minigun attached to his speeder bike.
I'm gonna roll fortune roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll fortune.
This is to see if Yatu's dead or not.
No. I just want to see
Right.
like how much you're paying attention as you sort of walk up.
Okay.
As you walk up to this Counters Guild bank that has been taken over by the Bornico Syndicate, it's pretty normal, right? Like there's a ton of people that continue to use this thinking that they're giving money to their bank account, but they're not. It's a pretty normally busy day at the bank. There's nothing too strange. There might be like one or two people that well, you know what? Let's just get into it. I'll tell you, like you walk in to the bank and ask to see Yatu.
Yeah.
And the teller like leads you into the back. And what is Yatu doing? Yatu
Mani Petty.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking something else, but that's funny. Yatu is he's sitting in a chair. He's got his legs kind of propped up and his hands in like little baths. Oh, Havoc. What sorry, they didn't tell me you were coming. I've been trying this new thing. I read that some people get mani-pedis to relax and do nothing. So I thought I'd try it. I'm not a huge fan of it. Graves, Steve, the nail situation for Romden.
Yeah.
Some of them have to be more hoof-like, right?
Well, for sure, the feet. You have to deal with a lot. It's probably quite a serious endeavor to give a pedicure to a goat.
You see traditionally like horse, hoof care items as well next to this nail technician.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting. I kind of have to sit here though. Could you?
No problem.
Do I need to move? Do we need to talk about something important or?
No problem. I just obviously wanted to. Obviously,
welcome back.
The crew. Yeah, obviously the crew was able to find me. Yeah, so.
What? So they were successful.
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so. Yes. I just want to talk to you. It's been a minute. I've been sort of off the radar. So. How have things been?
Does this need to be private conversation?
I don't know. They can stay. Gesturing to the nail technician.
It's good to see you.
Yeah. How things been when I'm gone? While I've been gone.
They've been fine. We have lost our relationship with the Wreckers. We're pretty sure they're moving against us now. We're not sure who's paying them, but a few of our bases have been hit by them.
So, Maris's head is up for grabs then. All right. That's good to hear.
It is. We haven't got a beat on her. But yes, if you run into her, you don't have to worry about tarnishing that relationship between us.
Yeah. A bit strange now that I know that she's the one who found me as a child. I want to talk to you about that actually. That memory, and Havoc kind of puts up air quotes with his fingers. I was sort of able to discover through we did the strange drug with the Astari cult, and I got these visions. Yeah, I saw this memory of Maris finding me here on Warren, in a garbage can as a child, and taking me and bringing me to you.
That's what she says.
Obviously, it's not real, right? And I just want to ask you. At this point, Havoc has sat down across from Yatu. I just want to ask you how long you've known.
How long I've known what?
All right, Yatu. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Where do I start? And where does the real Havoc end?
Havoc, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And Yatu hears a gun cock from beneath the desk. I'm gonna ask you, plain and simple, once again, Yatu. When did they replace me with him?
I feel like I need a roll. I feel like I need a roll.
I mean, I'll roll a scrap and just shoot him.
Is that what you want to do?
No. He wants an answer. He wants an honest answer from Yatu.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true. I don't know if Havoc if that's the honest answer. I don't know if Havoc's even gonna believe that. But I mean, command might make a lot of sense here. It seems like it makes the most sense.
Okay. I think let's go risky and great.
If I already have great effect, is there no way I can trade down to desperate?
No, there is not, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, so great effect, except I.
Oh wait, no, you could. You go to standard effect. Oh no, then it'd be controlled position. Yeah, no, you can't.
Oh no, yeah. Okay, yeah. I will. Can I? I'm able to push myself outside of a job, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, this is I think thematically.
Yeah.
Pushing myself. And you know what? Actually, first, can I hear a Devil's Bargain? Actually.
Oh, a Devil's Bargain. The Devil's Bargain is that you don't know who these nail technicians work for. Maybe they don't work for who you think they do.
Ooh, that's fun though. I like that one a lot. I'm going to take it.
Come.
So I no longer have to roll 2 dice to take the lower. I can just roll 1 dice now. 1 die.
Okay,
now.
great.
I'm just looking for my sweet little baby die.
Sweet little baby dice.
It never does me dirty. Never does me wrong. Don't do me wrong now. All right, commanding. That's a 4.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the 4.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't. This is just downtime stuff, but there's so much that could go wrong here. No, I want to hold on to that. Oh, I like this a lot. Yatu very quickly stands up and with like a blinding speed just grabs you and pushes you into the wall. So he's like got you stuck against the wall and you've got your blaster pistol in his belly. Havoc, if you're gonna I've taught you, if you're gonna have a gun out, be prepared to fire. What is this about?
You taught me or you taught him?
Are you saying you're not Havoc?
Are you saying you don't know I'm a clone?
Yes, I'm telling you, I don't know that you are a clone. And I'll say that with Command. I like Command a lot. You can tell Yatu very rarely breaks when he's in business mode, but you can tell there's something a little off. He wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
No, I didn't know you were a clone. How would I have known that? He puts you down.
I think Havoc takes the moment to like really like search Yatu's eyes.
Yeah.
And I think because Havoc obviously still has like the memories of like spending his entire life with Yatu, I think like he's able to determine like, all right, I think I believe this guy. I think I believe him.
I would like for you to take the level 1 harm bruised. As he just slammed you into a wall.
I have that in real life too.
I know you do, buddy. I'm sorry.
I'm method acting.
What are you saying, Havoc?
I'm not who you think I am, Yatu. I'm sorry, and he'll because I have it, he'll like spin his gun and put it
of course.
put it in the holster.
Speed and flare.
I'm not the original Havoc Plex.
What you told me, what you saw, that's how Maris describes it as well. Obviously, I can't confirm that. I wasn't there. But to a T, you described exactly what Maris has said. So unless Maris is in on it too.
I mean, it could be a fabricated memory, Yatu. Yeah, those things exist.
In Maris as well?
No, I'm saying that they may have implanted Havoc's memories into me and all the other clones that might be out there. I don't know why they choose to clone me specifically that many times, but you know, it's...
Well, that doesn't make too much sense. If it is an implanted memory, how would Maris have described the exact same? So either you were replaced with a clone at some point, or you've always been a clone.
A baby clone that can grow up.
Why would it not be
crazy?
able to grow up?
I've never even thought about that. I don't know. I've never really studied clones. I don't know how this works.
If you could always talk to the Yaru Guild, the Makers Guild. They make clones for the hegemony. Maybe they have more information.
That's actually a great idea. Talking to them. I just want to say I'm sorry for drawing my weapon on you. Obviously, you know, I'm having a bit of an existential crisis. So I'm a little rattled right now. So I might do it again, is what I'm saying. I might barge in here with my gun pointed at you for some other small reason,
Like what?
I don't know, maybe is my favorite breakfast food actually bananas, something like that. Going through a crisis. Yati, you have to bear with me here.
Tell you what. You come in here with your pistol drawn for a small reason, and I'll try not to kill you, and I'll answer your questions.
I like that. I'll try not to kill you before you have a chance to answer.
It's good seeing you, Havoc. I missed you. I was worried about you.
Thank you. I've missed your company as well. It's nice seeing you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go see about the Makers Guild.
Okay. You leave, and as you leave, it's still very busy. There might be a couple people that are still in here that were here when you came in. But it's hard to know. Like, are they doing bank business stuff? Is it something else? It's hard to know.
I'll shoot all of them.
You just mass murder everybody in the bank. And Yatu comes in and is like, what the fuck, Havoc? Those are customers.
A crisis. I'm going through a crisis. I'm sorry. It just happened.
You can't just say you're going through a crisis and murder people.
Yes, I can.
You had a bad day.
You shot everyone in a bank.
No. Yeah. Havoc will acknowledge and leave.
Okay. Okay. I'm assuming you're indulging your vice of obligation to Yatu.
I guess that would make sense. Yeah.
I feel like that fits if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I forgot that.
That's your thing.
We're doing downtime stuff, and that's one of my things. Yeah.
He just really wanted to do that.
No, it was great.
That's just something. That is something I really wanted to do. I was like, we've talked about to.
We've talked about that, right? Like, you can just set up scenes, and then post scene, we can be like, "Hey, that seems like you were doing this thing."
Mm-hmm.
All right, I will indulge. Havoc is a hedonist, so I can modify this roll as I please.
Or -2, yeah.
All right, that's a 4.
Okay.
I will not add +2 because I only have 5
Okay.
ticks.
Nice.
So
Okay.
I think having 1 stress is fine going into this next job.
Okay. That's pretty good. Does anyone else have anything they want to do? Any scenes?
Yeah. I want to go visit Dr. Carey.
Dr. Carey, of course.
Was this for a private purpose?
No, this is because I'm a little fucked up.
Oh, okay. Gears goes with you.
Wait, I was going to ask the same thing. It's like, can we bunch this? I'd love to go together.
Maybe we can get a bulk deal of the treatment or something.
Yeah.
All 3 of them are going. Please have Dr. Carey have Dr. Mordecai work on one of them.
My friend, that's exactly what I was going to have.
Straws.
That's exactly what I was going to have.
You want to come along?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Graves, you're going as well?
Yeah. My head's not right.
Yeah, neither.
When you show up, Dr. Carey, ushers you into her side of the. Is it a brothel? It's a brothel.
Yeah, it's a brothel. She has a private entrance, but
yes.
Praxis always goes
always.
To the brothel.
Yes, I was going to say yes. Yeah. You go through the brothel side, and then Dr. Carey meets you and says, "Yeah, this way. All 3 of you."
Yes, we're all a little bit worse for wear.
Okay. I am seeing a couple of the workers. So I can't see all three of you. Dr. Nevin can see one of you though. He can help one of you.
I'll see Mordecai.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I know that the two of them, more of what they're dealing with is mental than physical, and I don't think Mordecai is the most useful for that. So,
thank you, Praxis.
I
Very
actually
worried about exactly that.
I would like to say that I really appreciate you taking him on those jobs. He has really come into himself.
Oh,
He's still incredibly awkward, but he's
yeah.
very competent now.
I do expect you to keep the following between us, but I really quite enjoyed his company.
I will not tell him.
Thank you.
Yeah, the
I
company
don't-
wasn't bad.
He
Okay.
wasn't the most useful, but he wasn't a bother to be around.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
Well, if you ever need him for anything, just let me know.
Kind of the inverse of Havoc, honestly. If I'm being 100% right now, is
He broke nothing, but he wasn't terribly useful.
exactly.
That's very insightful.
All right. I'll come back here. I'll see if we can help. I do need, I believe, rolls if we're at least trying to get rid of level 2 harm.
Yes.
I'm only doing level 1 harm, so I don't need to roll. I just
You do not need to roll. Nope.
Yeah. I do want to say, Johnny, as Praxis walks into Mordecai, to where Mordecai is, he's right in the middle of holding a superheated vibro saw, and he's amputating someone's leg. And he goes, "Oh, hey, Praxis!"
Are they unconscious or not?
No, they're very much awake.
Yeah,
And they're
there's just a,
screaming.
yeah, there's like something in their mouth and just like.
My dear boy, you do know that anesthetics have come quite a long way, right?
I didn't think you needed them.
I just like Praxis looks at the guy's face and goes, "Quite right." Well,
Quite right.
Is Justin cutting out for everybody when he does those noises?
A little bit, yeah.
Towards the end, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Well, actually, I think if I back up and scream, it'll still probably cut it out.
Yeah.
I'll add it in post.
Just record it.
No, I'm just imagining Justin alone in his office, just like recording himself screaming.
Oh, the things I do when we record alone are.
Your neighbors must love it.
someone calls the police, but they don't come because it's Chicago and there wasn't a gunshot before this.
I wonder. Hey, that's a terrible stereotype of Chicago.
What a standard.
I mean,
I don't know.
look at this
Anyway.
Milwaukee too.
Yeah. If you don't hear the gunshot first, screaming is kind of consistent, frankly.
If you
That
are
might be for all we know.
Yeah.
if you are planning to try and address a level 2 harm, I will need a roll. That is going to be your crew quality -1. However, you get an extra die because Dr. Carey is a contact.
Oh, so just one, right?
Yes.
We have quality one.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. Gear's stuff is all with his head, but it's like not like mental disorders or just like illness. It's like literally memories shoveled into his brain. That
Oh,
aren't
yeah.
his.
Oh.
She can help with that. Yeah, of course.
It's just he's got memories disjointed as his level 2 harm, and visions
Yeah.
he can't escape. It's level 1.
Interesting. Yeah. So there's a psychology component to that, but then there's also probably like, you tell Dr. Carey and she's got some like tool that she can hook your brain up to and kind of like move files around essentially and like help kind of like sort things. And
Yeah, I need
Dr.
that
Carey,
file management system.
She's a multi-hyphenate. She's capable of addressing
course.
the mind and the body.
of course,
Oh,
of
yeah.
course.
Now, Justin, this is a good opportunity, I think, to explore something. Like the visions that we can't escape
Mm-hmm.
were different from person to person. I forget.
No, they were the same. They were both of
They
you.
were the same.
It's
Okay.
it's the visions of the Romdens, like saying like, "Help, let us
Yeah.
out, free us."
So, mechanical/narrative question would be: is there a way that I can address and remove this harm but keep the visions.
Of course.
Ooh.
Okay, because I would
Absolutely.
like to.
Yeah,
I,
I
think
would
at
say.
that point they're just not debilitating, right? You
Yeah,
still
I would
have
say
them.
it's then a psychological
Just
thing.
memory,
It's,
not a harm.
yeah, she's just helping you like work through the trauma associated with having those visions. But like, Gears too. Like, I don't think you forget what you experienced.
Yeah, Gears just doesn't want to see it. Like, doesn't care at all. So he's not
Mhm.
trying to like maintain them in any way. Just
Yeah.
Yep.
get them out of there. I rolled a 5, so I get
Okay.
2 on the
So
clock.
that is 2. Remember, if you can spend a cred to upgrade that to the next highest result. So you could mark off 3 if you wanted to.
Well, I have no credit, so
Okay, so can't do that.
move on.
Graves, let me get that roll.
I just have the level 1 harm, so do
Oh,
I
you don't need to roll.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, Graves just says to carry. Is there a way I can keep the visions?
Oh, she like was wheeling over this machine to you, and then goes, "Oh, of course, I can come. Just sit on this couch. Tell me what did you see?"
Is there a way you can fix it without asking questions?
Okay, sorry. I just want to make
Exactly
sure.
on top of it.
I want to make sure I understand. You want help with these visions.
Right.
You want to keep the visions,
Right. Yep.
but you don't want me to just use this machine and remove them from you. Is that am I tracking everything?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, no,
I
I
just
have
don't want to have to talk about the visions or what I'm seeing or
Okay.
feeling.
Graves. I'm gonna tell you your 2 options here. Are you listening?
Hmm.
These visions can continue to haunt you, and I will not ask you any more questions. But if you want to remember the visions and keep them, we will need to talk about them. It's your choice, though.
He looks around the room like a little skittishly to make sure that no one else is there.
Trust me, it's just the 2 of us. I won't
Okay.
tell any of your friends. Doctor-patient confidentiality.
Right.
Grave should ask if he'll be charged for these therapy sessions.
No, we're still getting back pay from taking Mordecai.
Do you accept Procyon minus?
Let me. Oh no, they're not
Bitcoin.
network for you.
All right. I'll talk.
I'm joking. Obviously, I'm not charging you for this.
Good. Because I only have 1 cred, so. So I'm seeing and hearing my people beyond the Hantu Gate.
Okay, and what makes you think your people are behind the Hantu Gate?
We got some intel. A long time ago, it was shut with them on the other side.
Interesting. Did you discover this recently? When did this happen?
Yeah, just a couple of days ago, really.
Was there anything else traumatic going on at that time that you also have discovered?
I think it's all just kind of traumatic, so it's probably not, right? It's like if everything's important, nothing's important.
Something like that. Out of character. Listeners, this is a bad therapist who just tells you something, but obviously that's much more interesting in an actual play space than doing actual therapy.
Just a quick
Graves, sometimes the mind can lock other things behind gates that are too difficult to deal with. It's I'm not saying that what you've discovered isn't true. Obviously, it's not known that the Ramdan are behind the Hantu Gate, although we have always wondered why the Hantu Gate is closed. I would suggest that you just make sure that you are dealing with the things that come up with in your life rather than put on the act of bravery and courage. Sometimes when we lock things behind that, it can whisper to us and haunt us.
Unfortunately, there's no way to heal trauma in this game system, so I don't think I'll be working on it.
Mechanically, yes, but you as a person.
Right.
It's just something to think about.
I'll think about it.
Okay. I would suggest coming to see me regularly if you want. I think it would maybe help you to talk about some of these things.
Probably not.
I understand. I'm always here if you do need someone to talk to, though.
Okay. Graves just looks so uncomfortable. And like despite his size, like sitting on this table next to the dock, like he just looks
shrunk. Yeah.
like very out of his element.
Yeah. She kind of gets up and
So do I put my head in the machine now?
She gets up and like very gently like kind of pats your hand. No, you don't need to use the machine. If you want to keep the visions and remember them, we're done here. I think you have enough to think about.
As she pats his hand, it makes an instinctual fist, but then just softens a little bit.
Mm.
Okay, so till next time.
Okay, till next time. And the three of you have recovered.
Take that healing, baby.
I never imagined we'd do a therapy scene, but it makes sense.
I think it fit.
Yeah, that was really good.
As soon as we step out of the building together, I'm like, I think I need to punch stuff now.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a better friend. Sorry, what was the Praxis?
This is just a moment with Mordecai. Oh, my goodman, you do realize that you left without collecting any cred, yes?
I was testing you,
It's an interesting test.
and suddenly I was British for a second there. That was crazy. I'm sorry. I'm very influenceable. I was just around you for so long, and I'm sorry. I just
Yes. Anyway,
that'll be
care.
how. Thank you. You too.
bye. No,
Bye-bye.
Praxis did not offer him any cred. He just let him know he left without taking any.
That's fine. It's okay. And he'll go back to the patient whose leg is half cut off. All right, I'll finish up.
Oh, that's funny. Graves, it sounded like you wanted to go punch some things and indulge your vice. Is that correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
I do, but I'm making a fanfic now where Praxis and Mordecai are both clones of originals who have had their memories swiped with each other, which is why they sometimes lapse into each other's accents.
Praxis has never lapsed into Mordecai's accent.
Indeed. But
But maybe he'll
we're
start.
waiting for more data points to support the fanfic. It's just an emerging, Anyway,
I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I'd
how
love to do
fanfic
that.
works.
Who's
Fair.
to say how cloning works in this universe?
or fanfic.
So, Graves, you want to get into a fight? Gears, are you wanting to gamble on a fight?
Well, actually, I need to work on the ship. We have
Very
the
well.
shield glitches that I need to, environmental shield glitches I need to work out.
Is there any heavy lifting you need with the ship?
I should be all right. I appreciate it, though, Grace.
Okay.
You go work out your whatever you got going on. I head back to the ship.
Are you going to that fight club with the fence who stays in the back corner, who I like to work with? Or could we go there? Find a fight? I need to talk to someone about getting some help with something.
As long as you don't mind making new enemies there.
I mean, I've been there before. You think that... Why would I make new enemies?
No, I might make them for you.
Oh, well, just leave me out of whatever bullshit you do, and well, I'll be good.
Fair enough.
Wonderful. All right, my goodman. To the club.
to the club. Immediately, just like just goes right into blaring music.
It's like one of those. It's like the club in Shang-Chi. With
Yeah.
like a raised fighting pit above the dance floor.
Amazing.
And you get ushered into the fighting arena. Give me that indulge vice roll. Let's see how this fight goes.
Alrighty. Indulge a vice. How many times have I done this and I can't remember how many dice to roll?
It's your lowest attribute.
Which has stayed the same. Let's see.
I think it's still 1 for you.
Yeah, still insight for 1.
You haven't put anything in resolve or insight. You have a single action that has pips in both of those, so it's just
yeah. I have my dimensions, and it's 1 dimension. It's called prowess.
It's the single dimension of fighting.
Yeah, fighting, climbing, that sort of stuff. I rolled a 3.
Okay, I believe that is just then 3 stress that you clear.
Feeling a lot better and ready to destroy things. That's how I process life. Once I'm done fighting people, I go and recover by fighting people.
Yeah.
It's just really good. It's a good rhythm.
I think I imagine it more like there's the tension of like an actual job, right? But like in a controlled fighting environment,
Totally.
Graves is almost always going to win.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
Feels like a familiar, comfortable zone.
Yeah. And when you can't predict your enemy's movements like you can on an actual job in the actual field, you're gonna get hurt. But in an actual fight, you're always gonna win.
Yeah. And I'm not having to stress out about protecting my teammates.
I was gonna say,
Exactly.
it's
You
probably a
just
big one.
get hit and you're like, whatever.
Speaking of, does Praxis get into any trouble at any point, Johnny?
I'm not planning on getting into trouble. I am looking to acquire assets.
I had a feeling that's what you were trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah. You
Very good.
see there's like there's a fence, there's tons of like people who are willing to try and get stuff for you.
Yeah.
What you looking to get?
So mechanically, I want to use my extra downtime activity to acquire assets twice. There's 2
Okay.
things.
Okay.
But we can do it in character if
Yeah.
works for you.
Yeah.
All right, my goodman. I need your help finding someone who knows how to deprogram the brainwashed.
Ooh, that's gonna cost you. But I might be able to find something.
Yes, within reason, cost is no object.
Okay. What's the other thing?
The other thing is a safe house for the person being deprogrammed to stay in.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do. I would like to do 2 rolls, I think, instead of just 1 for each. Let's do the somebody who can help with unbrainwashing first.
Yep. So, what do I roll? Crew quality?
Crew quality. Yes.
What's our crew quality?
1.
1, okay. Okay. I guess I will just roll 1. Not bad, it's 5.
Okay, so it's a crew quality of 1 for the person who can help unbrainwash. Let's see how good that
Let's take our chances with a different die.
safe house is.
That is a 6.
Okay, so that's actually a quality 2 safe house.
Nice.
So the fence goes, yeah. I think I can get you somewhere pretty safe. I think I know a guy who can help. Yeah.
All right. if you send him to the Montress this evening, and I will transfer the client.
Okay. All right. I will send him your way.
Thank you for your help. And what do I owe you?
Oh, you'll give him the money, and he'll pass on the finder's fee to me.
All right, very well. I appreciate you and your discretion. And I get up and leave.
Oh, discretion costs extra.
All right, have him give me the extra fee when he collects.
Got him. Wonderful. Great. I love that. I love that a lot. I think you're gonna fix the ship.
Yeah. I just did it when everybody. Well, I did my rolls while everybody was doing their thing. But yeah, he works on the ship. There was a little bit of damage to the engines that he wanted to clear out, and did that with my free action that I get from my class ability.
Yep.
And then I did. What did I do? Oh yeah, that's right. I worked on a long-term project. We have that glitch in the environmental shields.
Yes. Yeah.
So I rolled a 5 on that, or a 4. Sorry, 4 on that. Okay. So I got 2, but then because I was using rig,
you get out
I get an extra one from my core ability.
So 3 total.
3 total.
Perfect. Okay.
It was a 4 segment cock, so not done yet. But
close. I think it's also close enough that like if it ever comes up in the job, you could easily like address it in, and it will temporarily fix it until you can completely fix it.
Cool.
And you'll probably get like a better, position then because it's close to being completed instead of farther away. Havoc, got one last thing you want to
do? Yeah, Havoc just wanted to look into. I don't know if this will align with any downtime activity, rather. Mm-hmm. But Havoc did want to try to maybe try to contact the Makers Guild.
Sure. What I mean, you can definitely contact them. So yeah, you can call them.
I think he wants to set up a potential like future meeting and then present that to the crew.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to turn it into a job? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, or at least like tell them about it and then see where it goes.
Yeah, and I think the purpose of this call is more so just to learn more about them.
Okay. I mean, you can definitely call them. Someone picks up. Yes, hello. You've contacted the Makers Guild?
Yes. I've been informed that you specialize in the creation of clones, yeah?
Yes, we do. They're generally for menial labor. They don't live very long, though. Are you interested in purchasing a worker?
Possibly. And I think I just want to learn more about your work. If I were to go there.
Wonderful. Yes. You're interested in a tour of our facilities? Our clones aren't cheap. Do you have the necessary funds to purchase one?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. Well, our headquarters are on Indri, in the IOTA system. So you're more than welcome to come set up a meeting, and we'd be happy to show you around. May I ask what this is for? Generally, people who purchase our clones let us know what sort of work and job those clones will be doing.
Oh, I just need more help around the house. You know how it is,
Oh, just general chore and errand.
Yeah, it's
I understand. That is we get that all the time. Yeah. It's very easy to do. Wonderful. Yes. So please let us know if you decide to come to our headquarters on Indri, and we will see. Right. Do you have any other questions?
Indri in IOTA. Thank you very much. What was your name? Sorry.
My name is Fola Atherton.
Fola, thank you very much, Fola. I hope to be in contact again soon.
Wonderful. And he hangs up.
Beautiful. All right. Injury. Iota. Clones. See where
And
this leads.
that isn't. I should mention too that like the clone of the governor and like clones of people like Diana, like Havoc, very much still illegal. The type of clones that
Yeah. those
Yaru
have a
makes
clone,
are for like hard labor. So yes. You would know that too, right? Like most of the clones, you're
yeah.
probably all familiar with clones, and that's probably why what's different about these is that these are not just like a barely sentient like body to work. These are like actual clones.
Yeah. Is the Yaru, the Makers Guild? Is this the only reference we have to anyone in the Procyon sector who makes clones?
They are yes. So unless there's some like underground shadow facility that does it, cloning technology is controlled and maintained by Yaru.
Yeah. So I think that's more so what Havoc is trying to figure out. He that's the only reference he has.
Yeah.
And
So you're trying to figure out what's the connection to Vorax. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, and whenever the crew gets back, he'll present a possible.
I mean, I'd love to see that because I think we're getting to that point where you guys kind of had to decide where you want to head. So it's probably a few days later. You guys are all back at the Montresor doing your thing.
Sitting down for a meal together or something.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think we can skip the whole. Well, yeah. So Havoc presents that to you three. And he goes, and obviously we don't know too much right now, and that would be the main purpose of this job, right? It'd be going throughout this facility, trying to find out as much as we can, right? And obviously, no one's paying us. So I would completely understand if we don't do this at all.
I think every opportunity we have on the table at the moment is unpaid.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
I mean, I think it's a good time to mention you can always look for opportunities on the job to be paid. Like maybe you gather this information. Who knows? You could find someone to buy it. Maybe the Bornico Syndicate would buy it. Any information.
Yeah. Personally, I think we should go for Thetis rather than anything involving or potentially involving Vorax right now. You know that he has one of the pieces of the raiment. And you know that Vorax will be going for him eventually. But I think if we can go and get that piece of the raiment and add it to our collection first, or even bring Thetis aboard.
Where's
it would be
Thetis
nice
again?
to have a mystic. Well, a mystic who's a little bit more familiar with the way.
Yes.
Where's Thetis again? Where's he stay?
Last I knew, Thetis was helping the uprising on Mem.
Can we get in contact with him at all? Or?
I believe that Graves was going to reach out when we began collecting pieces of the raiment. Did you
ever get
in contact with him?
He wouldn't pick up. I'll try again.
In any case, I think there's no way we can beat Vorax to the piece of the raiment he's going for right now. At least not reasonably. Not without having to have a confrontation with him when he arrives. And we can go and collect information about Vorax, but I don't know that that's important in light of the opportunity to get another piece of the raiment before he reaches it.
Graves shifts uneasily. He gets up and he looks at the star chart. Like I'm just picturing a projection of it. Are we sure we can't beat him? Because it's harder to get the raiment from him than it is to get it before he grabs it.
I think, though, the more pieces of the raiment we have ourselves, the more of an advantage we have over him. It's easier for us to get one piece of the raiment from him than it is for him to get 4 pieces from us. because they amplify each other's power. The more we have, the easier it is for us to use them to our advantage.
I'm open to your idea. Let's arm wrestle for it.
Graves, we've been over this. No one's gonna be.
I like that idea there. Like, I think it makes sense. It's only fair.
The arm wrestle. That's not fair at all.
Very
What are you
well.
talking?
I think
I
it's
should do it.
Oh, all right.
So if I win, we go for Thetis, and if you win, what happens?
What piece is Vorex after now? Justin?
Breastplate, is he not?
Oh,
I don't know if he told you. No, he has the armor. He showed you the armor.
oh, that's right.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I thought he was in pursuit of something and on the way to it now.
He is.
Yeah.
I don't know if he told you what it was. He just told you
okay.
that he has him and the Cult of the Seekers have another beat on another piece.
I'm pretty
Oh, we
sure
don't
the
even know where he's
It
going
kind of
to.
has
then?
to be the battle axe then, right?
It
Because
has
we
to be,
know
because we
where
the
all of
cloak
the other ones
is,
are.
and the breastplate and the battle axe are like
The
the only
crown.
pieces we don't.
You've
We have the
deduced,
crown.
we
you
have the
deduced correctly. He is after the Sword of Night.
So
sword.
we
I thought it was an
never,
axe. That's my bad.
so we never got a
I don't think it was
location
ever a
though,
battle
right?
axe.
You're right.
he
you're
told
right.
you Voss.
Voss.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was me saying this could be fun if you wanted to pursue this. If I don't tell you,
Yeah.
I have to tell you Voss that way. If you want to go after it, you can.
He's going
Here's my
to the
thing.
same system that Thetis is in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. I think we could pretty easily grab Thetis from whatever he's doing. Hopefully, I mean, I don't want to jinx us, but we could pretty easily grab Thetis, and then I feel like we'd have time to look into what's going on with Havoc. Because I feel like, you know, if any of us were in a similar position, we'd also want to know as much as possible.
Yes, I agree. And I think that all of this is connected. I don't think that exploring what's happening with Havoc is off the table. That's not what I was trying to say. I think
Oh, for sure.
we need to take things in a matter of course.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to insinuate you were. I just I feel like we'll have more time for it, or to be able to get to it sooner if we go after some a little easier than
Yes.
something that is being actively vied for by two massive organizations.
Right. And I mean, to be fair, if we have Thetis, and if we collect most of the raiment, then we know where Vorex is going next at any given moment, because he has to come to us eventually to collect the rest of it.
And that puts us at an advantage.
We get to set the terms of the battle.
Fine. But only because I trust you, Praxis.
We can still arm wrestle. You seem disappointed.
It's not for arm wrestling's sake, but why not?
All right, let's go, old boy.
Should we just
You do a contested roll.
I mean, unless Praxis has something up his sleeve, I can't imagine.
When was the last time Praxis did anything with nothing up his sleeve?
So I mean, that's why I'm asking. There's no rule for this. It has no bearance on the story at all.
Yeah. I mean, Praxis will, as we like clasp hands, say, "Now be careful. Don't let me win." But as I say the words "let me win," I sigh.
Yeah. Cheat.
I'm not gonna make you mark any of the stress. I'm not gonna make you mark any of the stress to do that. I do think it's funny.
Also, Gear is not fully remembering exactly who Praxis is like, you know what, it would be funny if Praxis won and goes to telekinesis, like force against Graves. So Graves is already letting him win, and then they just, both of their hands just slam on the desk.
Break the table under the force of Praxis's apparent.
Whoa.
I think
Graves just
Havoc-
laughing on the floor at this point.
Havoc is just looking at his two companions who now just he's already seen this in the last job. They're just casually using the way. He's just like,
Yeah.
hey, things have changed. This is going to be interesting.
Wonderful. So you're going to Mem then to try and find Thetis.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're calling along the way to see if we can get contact.
Trying to hail him.
Yeah. I think you don't call it. You don't get a hold of anybody.
Excuse
But you know, have some context there, right? You've met the
Mhm.
Dire Neck gang, so.
Yep.
But you try calling them, nothing.
Mm,
It's possible
Yeah,
that Germany locked down communications coming in.
Hmm.
Could be a digital blockade.
Yeah, it is looking pretty rough down there.
You get to Mem, and the blockade is gone.
Hmm.
Blockade is gone.
The physical
very-
blockade.
The physical blockade is gone. Correct. Yes.
Hmm.
And you touch down, land where you did last time, and make your way underground to where the Dire Neck gang is. And when you get there, you can see that the door is off its hinges, and it looks like there was a struggle inside.
It appears there was a struggle in here.
The door's off its inches.
I'll go first.
Please do.
What do
when
I
you
see, Justin?
Yeah, when you walk in, you're seeing, all the furniture is like broken. And you see some bodies.
Are they mem mostly?
They're mostly men. Yes.
Hmm.
Yep.
It would have been great if you told me, no, these are a bunch of hegemony human jerks.
You might find like one or two hegemony guards around, but it's mostly men.
Hmm. Yeah, Graves' expression just sinks.
All is not lost yet, chaps. Onward to the base. Yes. Move forward
Right.
until you know.
All right.
And so you keep looking around, or
Yeah.
let me. Let's get an action of some
Yeah.
sort.
Mm.
Let's get an action of
What
some
are we
sort.
thinking here?
Can I try to check for any active signals or power signatures?
Oh, I like that. Sure. Yeah.
So I'll take out my little computer, and little rig roll here.
I like
Good
that.
shot.
I like that a lot. Let's say it's
Oh, I forgot
mean-
to ask.
I think it's controlled and standard effect.
Okay, cool. I'm not gonna trade that at all. I rolled a 6.
Nice.
Beautiful.
So you actually pick up there is a single signal upstairs.
Hmm.
We'll say that. You can pick up the heat of someone upstairs. And you can see
So-
it's mem. Can see that it's mem. And I think that you also latch on to a message that was broadcast from this location maybe a week or so ago, and it is the hegemony and the cult of the Seekers coordinating, and they found where the Dire Neck gang's base is here on Mem and have raided. And you mention, it also mentions trying to find the mystic that was helping them, but that the mystic was not here.
Yeah, we'll say I got that off from the personal communicator of one of the dead
Mhm.
hegemony people.
Yep. That makes sense.
Now, is it possible they still are here on world, but are underwater? I mean, the Mem and Thetis, his people, can breathe down
Sure.
there, and I know for a fact that there were secret alternative bases.
Yeah, let's check with the warm body upstairs and see if we can get some answers.
Yes.
direction or something. We head upstairs. Graves, please lead the way.
You slowly make your way cautiously upstairs, not quite sure what you're gonna find. But it's pretty similar upstairs. Most furniture's broken. You see a lot of mem bodies, and then you can see that there is like a trail of blue blood that like leads to a bookshelf that's kind of been moved. It's not broken, the bookshelf, and it's kind of been moved to the side. And you can see metal doors there that appear to be open, and the blood just like trails into this safe room.
Have we seen this blood before, whether from the mem bodies or anything else?
I don't know if you've seen mem blood before, but I mean, you would know it's not human blood.
Yeah.
Well, there were dead men downstairs, right?
Oh,
We
yes,
must have seen-
I guess.
we
Yes,
must have
right.
seen
You would have
mem
seen,
blood.
yeah. You would have seen mem blood. Yeah. Yeah, it's not human blood. It's definitely from a mem.
Okay.
Check it out.
Yeah, I'll follow that trail.
You walk in and you can see that there is a mem that's very weak. There's like food rations littered around, attempts to like, you maybe see some bandages and whatnot, but you can tell very easily that this mem is going to bleed out. He's been barely keeping himself alive. He's ragged breathing.
You can still pull out a med kit regardless and try to assist him in any way possible. Hey, friend, you still with us?
Thanks. And he like tries to like bring you in closer.
Oh, I'm trying to work on you.
Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Find Thetis.
Where is he?
And like weakly reaches into a pocket and pulls out a data pad that's got like a broken screen. You can see like the signals aren't working on it, but he like putters around for it a little bit and shows you coordinates on the planet of Mem.
I'll mark it on your map.
A new
He says-
location. A new
Yeah,
location
he's-
has been added.
Very clearly, and then he dies. No.
No,
Um,
he shows that to you and goes, "You detected a new way line being opened. Went to investigate. Never heard from him again. Then we got raided. They killed us all."
A way line.
They're like nodules in the flow of the way.
It just happened.
It's pretty
Randomly.
rare for them to open randomly, though.
It's possible.
I'm sorry, brother.
And what did you say, Graves?
I'm sorry, brother. And I just snap his neck.
Oh, jeez.
I think there's this moment, like as you say that, he like reaches tenderly for your hand, kind of maybe in the same way that Dr. Carey did, in his eyes. Just there's a peace to it, but also a sadness, and then he just falls.
I mean,
Efficient, my good man. All right, head to the coordinates.
All right. Yeah, let's go. Your spots, of course.
I want to make it very clear that I, as Johnny, am very uncomfortable with what I just said, how casually I'm treating that, but Praxis is cool.
Yeah, I think that's true for all of our. all of us.
All right, I think on your way. I think let's start a plan. I'll give you some like just general information, maybe like pick up some like a little bit of like where you're going, but just so you can start planning a little bit. But like on the way, you're scanning these coordinates. You can tell that it is underwater.
Great.
You can tell that there is a large structure. It looks like a temple, a mountain, what have you, that's like underwater. It is in the middle though of a valley underwater, and you can tell that that it has been recently created, if that makes sense.
Oh, like
So
the
it
whole
was-
like the landscape.
At least this
whole
part here.
valley.
Yeah.
So this was covered up by a mountain essentially, and then they cracked it open and found this temple underwater.
Do we have a sense of the depth?
It's deep. It's deep.
Like a few hundred
Yeah.
feet, a few thousand feet. Like,
Oh, what do you think? I don't know.
here's what I'm driving at. Here's what I'm asking. It's 'cause,
Yeah. Why are you asking?
if it's a few hundred feet, we can very easily modify our spacesuits to be able to go underwater and
Sure.
not have to
Sure.
worry about dealing with major pressure and
Yeah.
being able to like breathe as if we were in space by using our suits. But if
Yeah.
it's too deep, then pressure becomes an issue, and we need
Yep.
to find another way to get down there.
Yeah,
Havoc's fine customized spacesuit might already be up for the task.
the pressure would probably still.
That wouldn't make a lot of sense, but
Yeah,
okay.
it's pressure from a different direction, so it's
Yeah.
kind of just different. But moving
How
on.
about
Maybe they accounted for that when he bought it from Target.
how about I roll a fortune die?
Sure.
Okay.
How about I
Makes
roll a
sense to me.
fortune die?
Yeah.
We'll say like the higher is if it's closer, the lower the number on this dice is, the further down it is.
Cool.
Makes sense.
Just the result is the thousands of leagues it is under the sea. So if it's one, it's 1,000
what that
leagues.
means.
Just
If
to be
it's
clear,
two,
you
it's
can't go thousands of leagues deep into the sea.
It's-
It's about the distance
this
traveled
one you
at
can.
that
Yeah,
depth.
distance traveled
I rolled
underwater.
I rolled a 2, so it's pretty deep. It's probably
Shit.
thousands of feet down. And I will say too that just to give you a little bit more information, Johnny, Praxis and Gears, since you are the most attuned to the way of everyone here, you can confirm that that there appears to be a very strong way connection, but it also feels like a really new connection to the
Yeah.
way.
Now, do we? And this is kind of like I'm asking as Johnny, but for Praxis.
Mhm, mhm.
Like, we know that there was another temple on Mem.
Yep.
We found that out in our research in Praxis's book. Do we think that this like opening of this ley line is related to the things that have been happening with that we participated in with the
Yeah.
Ashtari cult?
I don't know how you would know that, but it's a decent assumption.
Yeah, I don't know how we would know that either. But
Yeah. I'm saying that's just me as a GM being like, hey,
That
great
makes
job
sense.
connecting all these things that we've set up.
give him a XP.
No, I will not do that.
Gears, how suitable is this ship for going underwater?
Oh, I'm okay. I knew we were going to ask that.
my spacesuit wouldn't go deeper than the rest of us.
Yes, I mean it would be able to go deeper than our spacesuits, and still provide a fair environmental space for us to survive in. But there's a serious danger to the ship, and also the propulsion just really isn't designed to be working
Right.
in water. So
A spaceship is designed to pressurize us against the vacuum of space, not to fight against the pressure of depth.
and obviously the structure is just reinforced to a certain degree, so it can handle that to an extent. But Praxis is right; it's meant for the opposite direction.
We also don't know what we're walking into here. We don't know if they're going to have like some form of airlock in the temple or whatever. It's
Yes,
a lot of
but we can't
unknowns here.
we can't make any assumptions. We need to be prepared to have nothing to aid us.
Yeah.
Now, maybe if we make our way back to the surface, it does appear that the hegemony left in quite a hurry. Perhaps they left Mem as a water planet. Perhaps they left some sort of a submersible here.
Submarine.
In fact, I love that a lot. I think there's a forward base on the surface that you pick up in your scans.
Mm-hmm.
That's very fun.
Ooh-wee.
That's very
Seems to be-
fun.
Seems to be coming up sevens for you, Praxis. There's a forward base not too far away from here. Forward operating base. It's right on the water. So
We should go.
Uh,
We should be careful just in case there is some sort
Yeah,
of
yeah.
contingent behind.
detachment or
Hmm.
something.
I think it's time to start going through choosing this job. I had to add a step 0 so I don't forget this. But if you did not indulge a vice, please mark stress equal to the amount of trauma you have.
I didn't involve Dodge
Oh,
Lights.
come
Yes,
on,
I think
man.
it's Praxis and Gears.
I did not have any stress before, which is why I was like,
Yeah, same here.
I'm marking 3 stress now. But
And why is that, Justin? Is that something we were supposed to be doing all along?
Yes, that
is
is
a-
always a
yeah.
rule. You always, if you do not indulge your vice, you mark stress equal to. I think
That's
Graves has
trade-off with- yeah.
always indulged his vice, though. I
Yeah.
think you always recover and indulge your vice, and that's like pretty much it.
I think I might have
You
missed it
gotta.
once.
we
But it would've
we
only been
might
with,
have
like,
missed
one
one or
stress.
two, but when I started really paying attention to it, I was thinking back and I was like, I don't think we missed many. So I don't think it
Mhm.
would have changed too much. So
Perfect.
yeah, reset your well, why don't we plan first?
Mhm.
You've got assault, deception, infiltration, mystic, social, transport.
I see like infiltration and transport kind of making sense.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Mm, mm.
Well, let me look at the rules and see what transport actually reads. Oh,
Yeah.
Transport
I
is
need-
carry cargo or people through danger.
oh, okay, never mind then.
So I mean, it works. That's just
Yeah,
gonna-
It does
does
work. I
work.
mean, it is the danger of the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of about we're transporting ourselves down there and then trying to get Thetis up.
for
I
sure.
think it is
Yeah.
transport, honestly.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
I don't think Johnny thought it's transport.
Well, Johnny.
Transport it out of here. Actually, that's what we
I
did.
will say just to add to the conversation a little bit too. You know that there's also there's going to be some way elements in this, so
Mhm.
perhaps you consider a mystic approach instead. That's not me saying you have to do that, but it's me saying I think that's also maybe not as clear as a path forward, but I think is very viable in this.
I do kind of like it.
Yeah.
Though.
I guess if we choose it as an approach, what does that really mean in this case?
I mean,
You
the
know?
detail you provide me, all it says is engage mystic, way, or power.
Yeah.
So you just tell me the arcane power. This is me stepping into like if I was a player, I would be
Mhm.
thinking this is a new way line. Can we somehow travel the way line down
Mhm.
to the temple?
Mm.
Can we,
Feel a way.
Can
that
we
is, like,
use the
safer.
way line to figure out where Thetis is and then travel? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of
Sure,
things I think
sure.
you can do with the mystic that we haven't really explored a whole ton.
I'll leave that to my mystical inclined guys who've explored the theme a little more. I
Yeah.
think the nuts and bolts side of me just says this is transport, and I like the details that we would touch for that. So,
Hmm.
John,
yeah, I think first of all, sorry, my internet dropped out and I don't know why. But anyway, no, I think I'm inclined to not go that route because of the things that Gears and I have been like specifically not able to do in the past. Leads me
Sure.
to believe
Mhm.
that being here and trying to go that route is not going to be successful just because we haven't been able to do that kind of thing before.
That's fair.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Sounds like transport then.
Yeah.
Okay. Reset your gambits and armor, and let me know what item loadout you're taking.
heavy for me.
No need to be subtle. Heavy for me as well.
Heavy, heavy,
Yeah, heavy.
heavy. Havoc.
I mean,
Heavy, I guess. I wanted to like be like cool and like rebellious and go normal, but I'll go heavy.
Heavy, heavy, heavy. I do need, sorry, for transport, I do need the route and the means. I think I know what that is, but why don't you tell me what the route and the means is?
If we find a
Hegemonic.
Yep.
Submersible.
Submersible.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And as far as the route goes, I'm guessing that if they use this thing regularly, that there will be some sort of course charting information
Yeah.
on submersible itself to let us know, how
I
to
think-
get down.
I think in my head actually, it's like a bathysphere type thing, right? Like on a actual like trajectory, like rope that just goes like from the forward base all the way down to the temple.
Oh,
sense.
nice.
Cool. So there's like an actual railing or track or something.
That's what I'm imagining. And there's also, there's some fun things we could do around that as well too. So,
Oh yeah, it makes us more vulnerable.
oh yeah, it's why would I ever want that?
No, yeah, I can't imagine. I accept.
Let's do the engagement roll then. So we've got a dice for sheer luck. Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I don't think so, but I don't think it's overly complex or contingent on many factors either.
Mm-hmm.
Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? Or is the target strong against this approach? Do they have a particular defense or special preparation?
I feel like neither to that. Too.
Well, here's... Okay. Yeah. The part I'm trying to figure out too is that I'll just say no for now. I'll say no. I'll say none of those. Yep. There are no enemies or rivals interfering in this operation. And I didn't really, well, any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation is just getting that information from the DireNet game count. I'll say yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll say yes. I'll be nice.
I'm sure you'll make up for it later.
I absolutely will.
That makes sense. We never would have found as much as we have without that information.
Yeah, you certainly could have gone through it other ways, but you went to your contacts first, and I think it will reward that instead of just trying to scan for Thetis on a whole planet. Are there any other elements you want to consider?
Alex, fine spacesuit.
My fine customized spacesuit.
I think I am gonna take a dice away. I think there's a lot of unknowns here, and I know what you're going to be up against, and I think it's gonna make it trickier, quite a bit trickier. So I think we're down to one dice.
Can I roll it?
Sure. Welcome back.
I'm gonna roll a 1. Screw you guys.
You get excited about it.
Why would you do that, man?
It's a 3.
Okay, that's still a bad result though.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's the same as a 1. Yeah.
So here's what I will say before we end this episode and come back in a little bit for the second part of this, which is that you get to this forward base and the forward base is deserted. There's no cult of the Seekers here. Almost as though they found what they needed, they packed up, and they all left to go somewhere else, like Voss. You do find the bathysphere. You have to turn on some power a little bit, but you get it working.
Sure.
And you get in the bathysphere to start heading down to this ancient Ramdan temple. And you get maybe, a few hundred feet down, 1,000 feet down, something like that. And you are looking out the window and you see a massive shadow swimming through the water. Like, imagine like Star Cruiser liner size. And it does not look like anything you have ever seen as an animal. It is like dark purple, but there's also these like motes of energy that seem to be like pulsating in its stomach. It kind of looks like a whale, but like 2 or 3 times the size of a whale. And it's got these, instead of flippers, they're more like scythes, just these cutting through the water. And I mean, I'll say that maybe Gears and Praxis pick up on this, that this is a massive way beast that is now protecting and controlling this part of the water. And I think the desperate action is that it just rams into your bathysphere.
Ah.
Oh no.
And I'll let you guys think about what
Oh,
you want
no.
to do, and we'll be back in a few minutes. For those that are listening to the audio, we will see you next week.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hopefully.
Bye.
Who knows?
But,
Honestly.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
But yeah, for those on Twitch, we'll be back in
See ya.
at the half an hour mark.
Cool.
Oh, I have to turn this off.
Yeah.
That's my job. We'll be
Here's-
right back. What is up, my humans?
Hello, Overlord Justin.
In this game, I am the hegemonic. I guess, yeah. What is? Do they have a name? I think he's an emperor in this game.
Emperor
why not?
Steve, something like that.
Führer.
Oh no! It's what is the ruling called?
Justin asked Johnny about Father's Day before we came back on, and he said father kind of funny, and it did sound like he said Führer's Day, and I was like, oh no.
I was
No.
I
I was saying it like FOOTER, like Fooders Day.
And then I was like, oh no.
Justin, you did not intend that. It's a galactic council that rules.
Freudian slip.
Oh, an oligarchy. That's fun.
It's an oligarchy, yeah, which makes sense because there's all the guilds, so it's probably like the heads
Right,
of
yeah.
all the guilds and
Yeah.
So there we go. What
What's your favorite oligarch?
I was trying to connect Father's Day and oligarchy together, and I couldn't.
Who's your
come up with
favorite
anything.
oligarch and
Who's
father?
your favorite oligarch? and father?
My least favorite is Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, take your pick for which he's worst at.
Being an oligarch or being a father?
Yeah.
How about if you could father a business, what would your business be? It's a loose connection. It's a loose connection. for
Isn't it
sure.
this? Isn't this is our
Are we fathering it now?
yeah,
I guess
we're-
we are. Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
doing
doesn't
our,
it get-
we come together.
You, dear
I guess
audience,
probably.
are watching us sire this business. How does that make
I'm
you
sure
feel?
I'm liking all of these verbs and
It was a bad connection.
Should I make this porn? Should we upload this one on Pornhub?
Ooh,
hey, it might do numbers though. You never know.
maybe people. We just gotta find the.
It's
the
actually really
niche.
funny. There
The
is like
niche
there was like a metric that came out. Like I think the 3 most popular videos on Pornhub are all joke videos that are not porn at all.
That's so funny. That's
Huh.
kind of disturbing. If I'm
That's fascinating.
Oh. There's also
That's
that
got to
one
be a
time
good
where
anthropology
like
paper.
there's like a leaked video game gameplay footage or something or trailer was posted on there, and it did insane numbers,
Yeah,
and it was harder to take down for the company because it was
You can-
well, they're just embarrassed to try.
That is.
Yeah.
You can really put anything up there. I
yeah.
guess.
Pornhub had to change some of their policies because of that video game leak.
I forgot about that.
That
That's
is
hilarious.
wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
People came in search of one thing, but they found another and they didn't mind. They were like, this is a
They're
great
like, oh,
trailer.
The real
I hope
porn
this
was the
doesn't
friends we
awaken
made
something
along
in
the
me.
way.
Clearly.
Oh my goodness. I was just thinking of that scene in Community, like the very first few episodes when the dean watches
Yes,
the video
when
of
he's watching the
Dalmatians.
Dalmatian video.
Yeah, and he's like, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
Yeah.
And then
I
the
love-
rest of Community happens.
Yeah, the end of the season. That's a dance when the second Dalmatian person walks in and he's like, "Oh, 2 of you, dream coming true."
I lack
Oh.
context and still feel uncomfortable. But
It's
just
very
good.
uncomfortable, but it's very funny.
I just
yeah.
really enjoyed Johnny's recreation of the situation.
It was a pretty good
so
Dean Pelton.
got
It was
me
a good.
for sure.
It was good Dean Pelton.
That is my favorite show of all time. So
It's definitely up there. It's a
So
one.
good, so good.
Clearly, Steve and I need to get on that.
I can't believe
Yeah,
you guys
we
haven't
do.
watched Community.
Only bits and pieces of it, and I enjoyed it very much.
yeah,
I remember getting so thrown off. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I remember getting so thrown off when in the last season, I forgot who. I think it's Jeff who swears, who curses.
In the last episode, he says "fuck."
Yeah, I remember. I was so
Because
thrown
it
off.
was
I
like
was
the
like, wait a
Yahoo
minute.
season. They were like, "We can do whatever we
Mhm.
want," and we're open
Yeah,
now, so
yeah.
Here we go.
I remember being so thrown
no
off. I was
rules.
like, whoa, wait.
He hasn't
Yeah.
been doing that this whole time. Playing the long game.
Yeah, one of the funniest things in that, one of my favorite lines in the show is there's an episode, I think it's in season 5, when the school tries to make the dean come out to like
Oh,
do
that is
something
a-
with
yeah,
their publicity, and they're like, "You're gay, right?" And he's like, "Well, that's hardly accurate and doesn't begin to cover it."
I like that because it's like not really played up as a joke either.
Yeah.
Like it's a very serious delivery of that line.
Yeah.
I like that.
I can't even bring myself to call Dean Pelton just gay. Like
No,
He's not.
he transcends that term.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think
He's-
John Goodman's character as Vice Dean Laybourne had the most
that's-
accurate description when he calls him a pansexual imp.
It's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate.
I do not know what imp is used to refer to.
If you got to watch the show, you'll get it.
I'll
You-
watch.
it makes
You'll
I'll watch.
understand once you watch the show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
something
don't
that
understand
can't
what
be
the word
explained
imp
in so
is,
many
or-
words.
Yeah, just what an imp is.
It's a demon, a little mischievous demon.
So
Well,
like a
I was
little
assuming that
extreme.
there was some expansion of the concept or something, or reapplication
no.
of the word imp in like a sexual context or something. So
No, I don't think
Oh,
it's used
no.
sexually. No.
I assumed I was missing more than I was because of the phrase pansexual imp. I was
So he
like,
just calls
okay,
the dean a pansexual imp.
Yeah,
sounds
and there
good.
might be
Now-
words that are hard to connect in your mind now. You just need to see a
Yeah.
pansexual imp, and then you'll be like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Perfect.
Now I'm thinking of an
You got
imp sexually, and it's like it's like the next level up from brat. You go from brat to an imp.
Just even more mischievous.
I did not mean to generate the process of coining yet more new sexual
Yeah.
terms, but thank you, Danny.
It
Well,
never ends, to be clear.
Check out Dustfire Media's Pornhub channel. We're gonna do some pansexual
no.
imp content.
We should at least make a
and
lexicon or something, you know?
I'm sure.
Our first video upload, Steve learns what a pansexual imp is.
1 billion
All right.
views.
I'm shutting
React
down this
to
conversation.
something. We don't make.
I'm
it clear
shutting
what-
down this conversation. This is going
He's drawing a
absolutely
line,
nowhere.
He's drawing a line.
This is going nowhere at this point.
No, it's went to where it needed to
I
go.
feel like it's leading to business opportunities. I don't know what you're talking about, Justin.
Well, you're in the business of
You're in
finding. The crew of the Montressor is in the business of going on jobs and making money. Although I don't know if you're going to make a ton of money on this one. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows what you'll find?
Anyway,
We could rob
You'll find a
Thetis.
way. You could kill and rob
I think he's got like
Thetis.
two cred. I didn't say kill. I
We're
said
going to
rob.
capture and sell this enormous way creature.
I would love
You're
for you
gonna
to
say
try to
capture
do
and
that.
sell Thetis?
we're gonna capture and
Uh,
sell Thetis.
Yeah, that too.
Last episode, we finished up sort of the downtime after rescuing Havoc, and then you guys debated on what job you wanted to. You had a few things that you guys could have done. Havoc wanted to tour and potentially exploit the Makers Guild, Yaru, on planet Indris. You were debating either going to Voss to try and get the Raiment of Night before the Cult of the Seekers of Vorex, or try and find Thetis, keep him safe. And ultimately, you decided that it's probably safer to try and get Thetis first. That way, you have the vast majority of the Raiment of Night than to try and beat Vorex and the Cult of the Seekers to Voss. So you made your way to Mem. You went to talk to the Direnet gang, who was helping, who was doing a rebellion against the hegemony there, and Thetis was helping out. When you got to the Direnet gang, you found out that they had been raided and killed, and maybe captured by the Cult of the Seekers, and were able to find a barely alive Mem who told you that Thetis had recently picked up on a new way line being opened deep in the ocean. He went to investigate, and they never heard from him again. And then this raid happened, and so no one was able to follow up on where Thetis went. You got the coordinates. You made your way there. It's very, very deep underwater, so you were debating how you're going to get down there. You were able to find a bathysphere from a forward base above the temple on the surface that goes all the way down. However, on your engagement roll, Danny rolled a 3, so you were starting in a desperate position, and the desperate position is that a giant whale way beast has rammed into the bathysphere. I'm just going to jump into it.
Ramden?
Rammed into your bathysphere. The bathysphere like shakes violently. You can like feel the cable you're on like swaying, and it kind of rights itself. You know, maybe some of the controls are sparking a little bit. You're still moving, but who knows what's going to happen next, because this thing, you can see it swim around and start trying to make its way to ram into you again.
So we only have 2 directions we can move in, and we're currently moving in the direction we want to go in. And so I think our only option is to try to go faster. So Gears will immediately rip open the ceiling panel and try to get whatever engine that is moving us along this line to move as fast as it can. So I will do a rig with my fine ship repair tools, if I'm allowed to do so.
I love that. I mean, it's a desperate position. And I think we're probably looking at, what kind of effect? Let's do this. We'll say this is standard effect, and I'm going to create a clock.
Ooh.
Okay. So I'm working
Have
on
those
a clock.
clocks.
You are working on a clock, yeah.
Standard effect, and then I'm still in desperate, right? So I get XP for
Yes.
this?
Yep.
Okay, standard effect, desperate, XP, insight.
The clock is called Arrive at the Temple.
Okay. I will.
It is 8 segments.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna roll it straight then. Okay. I rolled a 5.
Okay. All right. You do it, but there's a consequence. So I will mark off 3 because you're working on a clock with hack or rig.
Yes.
So I will mark off 3, which is 1 more than 2, but
But
there's a consequence. A serious complication occurs, which I think is that this way beast spins around, hits your bathysphere again, and the brakes give out. Anything that was stopping you from moving at a normal
perfect.
pace break, and you just begin plummeting towards the bottom.
Everything's fine. That's what we wanted.
We didn't need those in the first place, so I think.
I mean, you're going very fast.
well, we need to, one problem at a time. This kind of helps us. So
Thanks to the
In,
beast.
at least
in some
for
ways
now.
it helps
in the,
you.
in the very instantaneous future, it is helpful. So
in some ways, that helps you.
I won't
Yeah.
even resist. I'll just take that.
Okay. All right. I love it. I mean, this thing starts going so fast down this. The whale, spins back around and starts looking like it's getting ready for another hit, another ram. What do you do?
Is there a way that maybe Havoc can also just chime Graves in to do this? But
What are you thinking?
I don't know if there's any way that we can just try to get this whale off our asses.
How do you do
We
it?
we can't shoot at it, obviously.
Well, I don't know. This was a military vehicle.
Yeah, maybe
As
it's got
strange as a vehicle it is.
sure.
Maybe there's
Yeah.
like special ports
Is-
where you can
is
or
there-
a gun
yeah.
or something.
Or is there like a weapon system on this bathysphere?
Sure, I think that's fun. I think it's
Yeah.
fun and adds some other ways to try and get at this clock other than just I make it go faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think Havoc sees this weapon system and looks at Graves and is like,
Yeah.
Graves!
How does this work?
We're
Just
good
start
with guns,
pressing
right?
buttons. Depends on the gun. What do I have to work with here, Justin?
Yeah, what do you think it is?
Huh. So my honest impression
Yeah.
is that plausibility is like against us when it comes to having like some super versatile or useful or like even like general, like just broadly applicable weapon. But I feel like there might be a device used to essentially create or emanate like an EMP type pulse around the sphere to
fun.
send away critters.
Fun. I like that. That makes a lot of
Like
sense.
something more practical than like this is fully armed with a laser cannon. Like,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me for like if they're gonna, because they built this in a hurry. This is a new landscape. The temple that opened up.
Yep. Yeah.
They built something that was primarily designed to get them from A to B.
Yeah.
So maybe it had this, at most.
I think. Look, if you had said guns, I would have been like, sure, go for it. But I love that you went with something a little bit more like grounded. I think that's really fun.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think this is more than about like timing, then, right? Like waiting till it gets
exactly.
in range
Like
of this.
If
pulse.
it comes close and I can feel like I can dial in range, then maybe I can see that there's X amount of,
Yeah, I
energy
love
left, and I can pulse.
It's very fun.
I'm gonna mark off 2 on the arrive at the temple, not because of anything you're doing, but because this thing is plummeting towards the ground. And then I would like some sort of action as this way beastie gets closer.
Yeah. Well, I think the action is probably rig. It could be scrap.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, you are using it to fight. I think scrap still works, but
Okay. Cool.
Again, you tell me.
Yeah. I'll scrap. If I'm
Scrap?
permitted to scrap.
Okay. Scrap. Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
I think we're still in a desperate position for sure.
That's fair.
And I'm going to say it is limited effect.
Okay.
Because it is a way beast and not just like a sea creature.
Sure. Can I gather information?
Oh, see if there's something else you can do. What
Yeah.
question do you have for me? And how do you figure that out in this moment?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm looking through what limited visibility we have. We've been struck by this thing twice now. So we've caught a glimpse of it, and it's only illuminated enough, probably not because of lights we have for the exterior, but because it itself had like lights inside of it, right?
Yes, it did have like blinking lights inside of its belly. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my question, if I have to use the mechanical questions of gather information, is like, how can I find a weak spot or vulnerability?
Yeah.
And like what that would inform in terms of my decision is probably the difference between, am I just trying, like if I can find something,
Sure.
do I risk letting it closer so that I can do more damage? But the risk, of course, is that I'm waiting to get hit or, that type of thing.
I like that. I like that a lot. So it seems like more your question is like, what is its weakness?
Yeah, it's a gather info on a weakness or vulnerability.
Okay. I'm trying to decide if this is a fortune roll or if it is just something that I'm going to tell you because like you don't have the time to study, right? Or like unless there's another action you can think of. But I'm inclined to say this might be a fortune roll.
It still counts as a gather info roll?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, but you're just talking about what mechanically it attaches to. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think fortune is going to have to be it, to be honest.
I'm inclined to say it's a fortune roll because I don't know if you'd have the time to like assess this in the moment. It's kind of just like the luck of the draw of like, did you notice that thing?
Yep.
I will give you an extra die though because I think Grave, if anyone here can do it, like assessing combat capability is something Graves probably does pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give you 2 dice. And I rolled a 6. So in both of the times that it has come up to you, you can see that the belly lights up brighter kind of right before it slams into you. And this time it looks like it is raising itself up and it's readying those scythe sharp-like fins it has, as though it's getting ready to slice at you rather than just run into you. But in that moment, it like raises up and it lifts its belly and exposes it to you.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I will wait until it is closest, and I wait for the pulse and try to like time the EMP release with the pulse of the lights inside of the whale. So I will take +1 die as predator to whatever you give me for this scrap roll.
Yeah. I think we said desperate and
Desperate and limited.
I still think it's desperate and limited, but yeah, you get that extra dice. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's 4D. I feel like I don't know how to bump up the effect. Any ideas, table? That's kind of it, right? I can't use Gambit to increase effect, or I can. I forget.
You can push yourself to increase effect. You can't use Gambit to increase effect.
I will push myself then.
Okay.
Okay. Push yourself for standard effect. So I think that's I think then that represents you like really like getting that timing right. Like you were waiting until the last possible second to do this.
Yep. Okay. Highest is a 5.
Okay. That's fun. So you do it, but there's a severe harm, a serious complication occurs. So you want to try and like push it back. So you do that. Yeah, I think this is what it is. You wait until the last possible moment and release this EMP that the bathysphere has, which distracts this creature. And then in its like confusion and chaos, it slices. Maybe not at the sphere itself. Let's see.
We're gonna lose our railing.
Yeah. I mean, I will not completely. How about that? But like another hit, and this railing is going to detach.
Sure.
But I will say that this EMP has forced it away, so you do not have to worry about this creature anymore. It like you can hear it moaning, and it just swims away, and it is like in the distance, like moving back and forth, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to get any closer.
Ooh, loving that for now. Okay. I think it worked.
All right.
Honestly, the speed we're moving, I'm not entirely worried or sure that that was the biggest concern anymore.
That is fair. So the brakes are broken.
Doesn't mean you can't fix them.
Is it? I could try.
Yes,
What,
brakes are easiest to fix when the vehicle's moving at speed.
Yeah. So, are we still being accelerated by whatever engine is moving the bathysphere?
I'll just say it's in free fall.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to fix the brakes. But at the same time, Kiers will say to Praxis, you should. I don't know if you want to try collecting some shadows to try to slow us down from the outside, and I will attempt to work on getting the brakes to work. But hopefully,
it is very dark in the ocean.
It's very dark in the ocean.
There are shadows everywhere.
That is an idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Give me that. Let's get that rig. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I think desperate, and let's say standard.
All right.
You'll have some more functioning brakes.
Hey, I appreciate that. 6.
Okay, so the brakes do work.
It rolled all the way down my desk.
I think here's what it is. I imagine like I'm basically like I'm gonna mark off 2 more. And basically, anytime you've done an action, I've been marking 2 off this clock. So that means there's 1 more. That means that like timing wise, you have fixed these brakes like and can pull them right as Praxis is doing his thing too. So like the result of this roll is gonna depend on will decide how fast you hit and how slow.
Right. So it's almost like a setup roll for Praxis.
It's a little bit like a setup. Yeah, we could treat it like a setup roll. Sure. Yeah. Because Praxis is the one trying to slow the thing down. I like that. Yeah. I like that a lot. I think then that would increase probably the position. Then you're at a better position.
I'm hoping.
Okay.
So you're gonna use the Wreath of Night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we going to attune, or are we just going to accept the consequences?
Oh, no, I'll attune.
Okay. Let's get an attune. We're going to say risky because of the increased position. And let's say standard effect. Sure.
How you doing for dice, Johnny?
I get 2.
I will also assist then. I will, unless you're saying that I'm sort of busy.
No, I think no.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
So after he finishes the brakes, Gears will sort of turn around and sort of he's used the crown before too, and just kind of like assists and practices efforts. To try to slow us down.
I take it. You tell maybe Havoc or Graves to pull the brakes.
Yep.
My daughters did something with my notebook, and I don't know where it is, but I remember there was something that I had written down in that notebook that both the tenants and the gems could do to help with sort of like amplifying things, and I can't remember.
Yes, it's the tenant. It's the tenant of night. That's if you attune, which I guess you are attuning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this would be then an extra 2 dice to this roll.
Oh, did you even need dice?
So if you are helping, then I get 5 dice.
But then using that though is going to start at 1 step below desperate. So then I think with the increased position, it would go back to desperate.
Right.
Rather than being risky, it'd be desperate and standard.
Yeah. So I'll have 4d6 without your help, Nick, if you want to not mark.
Yeah, I'll save on the stress then.
Yeah.
Love the sound of that roaring engine.
Flavor. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's good. We're speeding through. The engine is roaring.
I'm helping flavor wise, like in universe, but not mechanically.
I'm just imagining like the way that it's helping with flavor but not mechanics is like Gears is just standing behind Praxis, like trying to give pointers on how to use the wreath.
Yeah, trying to really pull in.
Just holding him by the waist.
Double
ghosting.
6.
Double 6 is increased effect, so it's going to be.
The other 2 were also it was double 1s on the other 2.
Whoa, double 1s, double 6s. Whew.
That's such role only Johnny could have.
But that is then with great effect. So I will say it's this very like cinematic scene of like the shadows propping up this bathysphere as the brakes are like skidding on this rickety railing that is close to breaking, and you guys feel yourselves just barely slow down in time. I think you still probably hit the bottom a little bit harder than would be normal, but you just kind of like shake a little bit. And
like
wait.
A solid second where we're all like,
and then
waiting to die.
Exactly.
For the ocean to crush us.
And then you're fine. The bathysphere like moves forward now down another track, and you can see yourselves moving at a normal speed towards this temple.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that went perfectly.
Yep, about as perfectly as anything.
I think we all have very different definitions of perfect.
My standard has been lowered by the last 10 missions.
Eventually, you get to this temple. They've set up like a space where it connects and then drains the water, and you can walk into a pressurized part of the temple. But like when the doors open and you see the temple, you see a number of dead bodies. It's all human. You also though see some creatures as well. They look a little bit like displacer beasts, but more avian and less panther-like.
Avian, bird-like.
Yes, bird-like. So feathers.
Bird-like displacer beasts. This
Yes.
is so weird.
Here in the bird-like displacer beasts.
What?
I said here, deep in the ocean, bird-like displacer beasts.
Yeah.
Hey, someone brought him down to mess with us.
Yeah.
And
Justin,
they're just,
when
like,
we look at
roaming
these
around?
bodies,
No, those bodies there's a
Oh.
couple of them that are dead as well too.
Okay.
Justin, these
Listen.
bodies, do they have like a bunch of claw marks on them? Clear signs of like the way they died?
They do, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
very. You see some claw marks. You also see some weird wounds that don't correspond to these bird-like panthers that you're seeing either.
Yeah. Important question about these bodies as well. What do their clothes tell us about their allegiances?
Yes, these are hegemonic cult of the Seekers.
Wow.
Yep.
Huh.
Thetis, are you in here?
Are you trying to attune?
I'm yelling.
Okay. You do not hear anything. You hear your voice echo off the ancient stone walls and corridors of this temple as it just fades into the background and then silence as nothing comes back.
Huh. All right. Try to scan for any heat signatures or signs of life or anything.
Give me an action roll.
I'll take out my same scanning rig.
Yeah.
And I'll rig with it.
Okay.
Trying to.
Yeah. I think it's controlled and standard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kind of expecting something to be messing with me. 6.
Okay. There are a few heat signatures found throughout the temple. I don't know like how in depth your scan goes, if it just like picks up the heat sources and that's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's maybe like a dozen or so spread throughout. They are like moving pretty quickly. And they're usually by themselves. You're picking up like single heat sources moving very rapidly throughout this complex.
Interesting. So it seems likely that there's more of these creatures running around.
Also, for whatever it's worth, Thetis is cold-blooded, so he wouldn't have a heat signature that's
Right.
distinct
Perfect.
from his environment.
Even if he wasn't, you do not pick him up.
Yeah, I was going to argue something similar for the mem where it would have just like,
Most fish are cold-blooded, so
yeah.
First
That's
things
sort of
first.
shaked it up. He was cooler than everything else. Anyways.
yeah.
What
Yeah,
are
also-
those things?
Oh, I have no idea. There's
Most
We
likely
gotta
some
get-
sort of way creature.
do I sense any like way influence on them?
Winfluence.
A wavelengths. I will say no roll for this. I'll just tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be dripping with the way.
My thoughts exactly.
The enemy of our enemy. Graves shrugs and looks at
Will
y'all,
probably
waiting for
still
instructions.
try to kill us. Is the sense I
mean-
get.
The enemy of your enemy can still very much be your enemy.
Hmm.
Sure.
Do you want to talk to it? He points at the nearest bird.
Are there like living ones that aren't attacking us?
There's nothing living in here.
Okay.
Nope.
I
You do
Oh,
not
I
pick
thought
up
you
any-
Would you like to talk to the dead bird?
I thought you said there were living ones as well, Justin.
There are none in here,
Okay.
though. You've picked
Not
them
in
up.
here.
Yes,
I
you
see.
picked them up
Okay.
throughout the complex.
The living ones, Praxis.
Well, you pointed at that one, Graves.
Right.
I'm just making fun of you. It's okay, old boy.
There's a little
To
harm-
do the
harmless
bit,
ribbon.
he goes over to the dead bird and shakes it a little bit. No luck.
Yeah, it was worth a shot for sure. I don't know. I guess we just follow the temple. These things generally only lead to one place, and I mean, sometimes there's like false paths and stuff, but like there's usually like a central location of importance.
I just
Alright,
want to
I go-
squeeze in a gather info roll on the
Sure.
dead bird creatures
Okay,
Oh,
what's
to
your
try to
question?
figure out a way that I can better kill living bird
I understand. I understand. So again, sort of like, what is their weakness?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think in this case it is an action, since you've got the time to do something.
Sure. Let's call it study, even though I have 0 pips.
Yep, I love it. I think it's still risky. You're not really sure what this is, what they could do, and also who knows where the live ones are. But I will say standard effect.
Okay, risky standard.
Do
So
they
I
have
would have
cloacas?
0. Do I have what?
Do the birds have cloacas?
I don't know what that is.
It's a part of bird.
Corkscrew penis.
I still can't type it correctly, apparently, either. Well, very, very educational. Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
So I would have 0 die, correct?
So then you roll 2 and take the lower.
So instead, so I get 1 for, wait, no, I don't. I don't get any base die for rolling on the gather info roll itself. Yeah.
I shall assist you.
Shall you?
Yes.
Yep, you're both studying together.
Okay. Does that give me 1d?
Fun dice.
I'll take it. One d6. 6 it is. Thank you, Johnny.
Wow, nice. Nice job.
When I mean, the worst I can get is a 4 to 5, but it is good to get a 6.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean the word? Oh, because you're trying to find a weakness.
With Predator, yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I will say this. I'll give you a few things, and again, clarifying and follow-up questions are possible since you rolled on a standard effect. You can tell that it looks like they're feathers. They can essentially like harden and fire
The feathers can fire as in like a projectile?
as a projectile. Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay. And if you are looking as well too, you can also see bits of what look to be like septic wounds on some of these hegemonic guards, and you're guessing probably from getting hit with one of these feathers, some sort of poison of some sort.
Okay. It doesn't sound to me like a vulnerability on the part of the birds.
Yep, I was just giving you some
Okay.
additional information.
Well, thank you. Okay.
But you can tell, like, as you're looking, there's underneath where the wing connects to the body,
Mm-hmm.
there is a like a fleshy part that actually, you know what it is? It's hard when you see it. So you're assuming that they can take that hardness from that section and transfer it to their feathers. But in the process, that bit becomes a vulnerable spot.
Oh, that's sick.
If you
Okay.
stab under there as they're in that process of switching, you can get them in a very vulnerable position.
Okay. I love it. Thank you. Graves relays that to the group, and he plucks a few feathers and brings them with him. Some of the ones that have already been hardened.
Yeah.
Interesting. Certainly helpful to know.
You continue through, and eventually you make your way to this room, and the rest of the path continues forward. However, this room is choked in vines and roots, and all along the floor and the wall are these Romden-sized plants. They've got these big bulbous red, like blood red bulbs. They're currently closed right now.
Bizarre.
So, do they seem dangerous?
You want to make an action roll?
Sure. I'll study this time.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say risky standard.
Yeah.
Risky standard. Question is, are they dangerous?
Just a 4?
Okay. I'll tell you this then. I'll let you have one follow-up question if you'd like. But with a 4, I'm gonna maybe not give you as much as I possibly could.
Okay.
But I will say, yes, this is another way creature.
Oh, jeez. Alright, so we have some other kind of way entity here. So, are they gonna like attack us, or is it just dangerous to get near them, or or is that too much?
There's your follow. There's your follow-up question.
Okay.
I'm all right with that. Maybe you like take something and like throw it in there.
Yeah.
And
Toss a rock or something.
as it passes by, they unfurl, and a green gas seeps out of various parts of the roots and the bulb itself. And as that motion went past, it unfurled and then tried to snap around the rock.
I'm gonna just assume that gas is either paralytic or incredibly poisonous. So we should probably avoid these.
What if we just shoot them from here?
Good idea. I light him up
Juice tries to say
because
something.
I just want to clear a path. I don't want to destroy everything, but
Sure, I understand. You've got a flamethrower, right?
well, I don't want to use that. I have
there could be
mystic
certain amount of air
ammunition.
in here. Oh,
The muscle has mystic ammunition. And I haven't used it before, but we're in a zone where these are way creatures.
Yeah,
It makes
yeah.
sense to me
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
that maybe this is the softest way to destroy them without compromising everything around the structure. Because I don't want to like bring all the water in and kill us,
Yeah.
or whatever into this temple.
I love it. Yeah, Mark. Do you have to mark it off, or is it a?
It's a 0, thankfully.
Wow! Look at you with your mystic ammunition.
I
What
know.
action? What action do you think this is?
I think I'll keep it simple, and we'll call it a scribbity scrap.
A scrap. Okay. I think we're looking at risky, but I'm gonna say great effect.
Okay.
I'm gonna say great effect.
Awesome. The and just to give you an idea,
Yep.
because I don't know how much we dealt with this, like way stuff is related to gravity, energy, and physics constants change more when you get closer to higher areas of concentration, like this way line. So I'm wondering if like this just sort of like dissembles stuff at an atomic level. Like I'm just curious, but that's where my head goes. But we'll see.
Let's find out.
Let's take 3d6. For whatever reason, my normal method of rolling die digitally, which is typing it into Google, is just literally searching 3d6 on Reddit, which is hilarious to me.
Very helpful. Very helpful.
Thanks so much. Okay, 6.
A 6. Okay. You did not spend a gambit, so add a gambit
Nice.
to your crew. And
You mind
with
doing that, guys?
great effect, I think that you clear a very decent path. I think that the like basically what happens is like in this path, they just like rot like instantly. As soon as they're hit, the plants and the roots that are connected to that plant rot. There's still a number of them along the walls and the floor and the ceiling, but it's a very decent path for you to go through. This
Sick.
action though does release more of that gas, but I
Mhm.
will say like getting through this is going to be much easier because you now have a path that doesn't have the gas.
Yep. Okay. I'm picturing like the blasts like the Geonosians use. I don't know if you guys-
Okay. Yeah, like almost like a force. Yeah.
Yeah, like a weird amorphous bubble thing. Looks like noise / sound / whatever. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I'll start walking down the new path I've created.
Sure. Do we want to make this a group action?
What do you guys think?
Maybe?
Sure.
I think
Let's do it.
Praxis kind of hangs back a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Not
So
necessarily
everyone
not,
else.
but I'm not going to participate in a group action because I'm hanging back a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
We can address how Praxis gets through in a little bit then.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I think this would just be scramble,
I love it. I love Scramble.
trying to navigate this area safely.
Yeah. I think there's still some risk, but I think because of your great effect from last time, we'll say great effect this time as well too.
Awesome. Risky?
Risky great. Yep.
Risky great. Okay. For group, I forget. We all roll, right?
We all roll Scramble.
Yep.
Alrighty.
And any
Any
one
guys,
to
any
three
modifications
that we
you guys
roll,
want?
it's just stress.
Do you guys want to use Gambit on this so you don't stress out Graves?
Yeah, actually I do. Because I'm
Okay.
rolling 2 and taking 1
Okay.
or lower.
Yep.
So I'd rather take.
How about
Take
you,
one
Havoc?
die instead.
We agreed that on group rolls it's 1 gambit, we all get an extra die, or is it that we each have to take a separate one?
I think you both have to take a separate. I'm pretty sure.
I'm taking a gambit. I will say that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the latter. Like everyone who wants to use a gambit has to
You know-
take one.
So I only have 1 stress, so I'll just Havoc will just push himself in to get another die.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So I'm rolling 2 dice now.
2 Ds.
All right, Dees.
Rolling.
2 douses.
The
Got a 6.
douses must be rolled.
I got a 1 and a 6. So
Come.
we're good on my end.
6. What about from Gears?
I got a 4.
Okay. Nice. And
I
what
have
did
a
you roll?
5.
Okay, great. So 6 is the highest, and you don't take any stress.
Oof. Thanks, guys.
So with the
All
help
right,
of
keep your
Havoc,
heads down.
yeah, Havoc helps a little bit as well too. Maybe there's a moment where like your speed comes in, and you can see that they need to that you push them basically. You got to get them like
Yeah.
past that last obstacle, otherwise they're gonna. Get
Let's
hit by
go.
some
Let's
of this.
go. Come on. Keep it moving. Come on.
Yep. Rushing along.
And when the three of you turn around, you see Praxis still on the other side of the room.
Praxis, you coming, buddy?
I'll be right along. I just wanted to look at one last thing.
All right.
He's gonna kill us all.
I don't think that's what he's going to do.
Playing the long con.
There were easier ways to do it. But yeah.
What are you doing?
Plenty of
Praxis?
opportunities, but I waited till now.
What are you up to, Praxis?
I want to go and check out a little bit more closely the bodies of the hegemonic
Sure.
people in
Sure.
the front room.
What are you trying to find out?
I want to see if there's anybody who has any sort of like orders or correspondence on their person.
Okay.
That might make a little bit clearer what they were doing here or
What they're doing down
they
here?
accomplished.
Great. I'm going to roll a fortune die. I'm going to roll 2 fortune dice. These are all grunt soldiers, so they do not have anything on them.
Okay. In that case, I will make my way back to where everybody else was going.
Give me an action.
I'll do scramble. Okay.
Yeah. We'll say the same though. Risky, great.
Okay, I'm gonna use a gambit.
Come.
6.
6. Wonderful.
Nice.
Did you use a gambit after the roll?
Hmm?
You rolled and then used a
It
gambit.
sounded so much like that. So yeah, I'm wondering the same.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm pretty sure the rules state that we can help after the roll before we find out what the when I'm 90% sure that according to the rules,
I think you're right
we can
for
add
help.
dice, which is essentially what I'm doing with the gambit. I'm just helping myself with the gambit. I'm pretty sure we can add dice to the roll until we find out from you what's going to happen.
I feel like that's pretty common for. It's like even in trophy, a lot of those things is like there's mechanics like that where like you can when after you roll the dice before the result is before the outcome is determined, you can choose to add those things. I don't know. I'll
I'm not
allow
s-
it, but I'm not the GM.
I'm not seeing it in assist. Let me just take a quick look at Gambit. I'm gonna take your roll regardless, but this is me saying I'm pretty sure you gotta
Going
call
forward.
it. You gotta call it beforehand. But I could be wrong too. Yes, yeah. So here's in the action roll, the steps you take are states their goal for the player states their goal for the action. The player chooses the action rating. The GM sets the position and the effect, and then you add bonus dice, and then the players roll a dice. So, and Gambit is a part of adding bonus die, as well as assisting. So, I will take it this time, but in the future, you got to add those bonus dice before you roll.
Okay.
So a 6.
Or just get
and-
soft dice.
or
So we can't hear you.
or gets and then you have to find a way to look down at the number without me seeing you look down. You all see Praxis make it through as well too.
Graves sighs relief as you make
You
it
guys just
across the
standing there
field.
waiting for me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What a
I
waste
don't
of
want to
time.
proceed without you.
No, Havoc wasn't. He kept walking down.
Dang it.
Oh, I guess I'll keep an eye on him and I go with Havoc.
I will say too, I was thinking about when Praxis shouted and you didn't hear anything at first, but I think now the audience would see a camera following the viewpoint of one of these creatures, and it makes like a clicking
A displacer,
then
one of the displacer birds.
yeah, one of the displacer birds, and it starts running through. Well, actually, you know what it is? It makes a sound that echoes off the walls, and then you hear a response come back. and then we see the camera like move quickly through some corridors.
I don't like that.
Nick, can Gears please have the exact same motion tracker from Alien?
Sure. Yeah, that is what he's
hell
been
yeah.
using.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
That very questionably useful piece of technology from Alien.
Extraordinarily useful.
I mean, we came down here in a bathysphere. If we're gonna let's get turn our nose at questionable useful technology now.
All right, you got me. You got me.
Yeah.
Weren't there bathyspheres in Rogue One, or something similar to? Am I like misremembering
I
that?
think so.
When
They
they're
rode
on
an
that-
elevator at one point.
What is an elevator if
What?
not
Yeah, I
a
was about
dry
to say
bathysphere?
it's just a dry bathysphere.
What does that even mean?
Maybe I'm misremembering it for some reason. Yeah. Anyway, that's funny.
Bathyspheres are just wet elevators.
It's true. It's so true.
Kind of, yeah.
He's not wrong.
We just keep talking about. I just keep thinking of Bioshock, frankly.
Ah,
Mm.
so good. I love that. I love the whole
I think
aesthetic of Bioshock.
It's obviously less steampunky. We're on the bathysphere.
Oh,
Forget
yeah.
it. You're in the temple. We can make fun of me for choosing that later.
I thought it was fun.
I thought it was fun too. You make it through, and I think you make it to the center of this temple. It's a giant room. The stone stairs lead down to like the floor of this giant room. It's like Sonic 2. You know that last. Oh, I haven't seen it. There's like the last cavern room they're in. You know, it's like a big spacious like temple center. There's like at the very bottom of the stairs. There is. Oh, we have a bot in the chat. Let's get that out of here. Get that out of here!
Get that out of here!
You're not
Yeah,
welcome
yeah,
here no
viewers.
more.
You don't give a fuck about your viewers. Get out of here with those viewers.
Black X0.
Get out of here!
Well, we meet again.
He's gone.
Well,
He's
well, well.
gone.
Well.
Ridiculous. So you're in this giant, spacious temple center area. There are like stone stairs from the north, south, east, and west. You're on the south end right now, and like in the middle, where all the stairs lead to at the bottom, there is what was clearly like a pedestal that had something on it. You're assuming it was probably the raiment of night. Right behind that dais is a way opening. There's like a tear in space that's like big
Whoa.
enough for somebody to walk through. It's like bleeding light.
My cred says that's where the birds came from.
I think you'd be safe in that bet.
A few times you referenced like just now you referenced the raiment of night that was on the
Mhm.
pedestal, but like, are you saying that the whole raiment was here at one point, or some piece of it? That
The piece of it, which was the armor, you're assuming.
okay.
Mm.
And
It is empty now,
Okay,
obviously.
let's say we go through that portal. See what's on the other side. Maybe
Well,
Thetis did the same.
what if it's Vorex? And then we just talk about how we're not really ready. Or were we talking about how we all ready to face him? I forgot really
No, we're certainly
how that
not.
conversation went. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's looking like to me, right? That he got here already.
I understand.
We use
We've
that
seen
portal
hide
to get
nor
somewhere else.
hair. Thetis.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just got away here
True.
into whatever that is.
I wouldn't step into that.
I mean, we don't have
I
a
mean,
lot
if
of
there's a way
options.
through
Yeah.
on this side, there must be a way through on the other to come back quickly. If what's through is not good.
Well, I'm willing to go
volunteer.
through.
I'll
Well,
go
just
Have
in
we even
case-
heard of this phenomenon, Justin? walking through a tear in space along a way line. This sounds so
Hey, man.
dangerous.
Yeah, it does sound dangerous. What do you want
But
to
I mean,
do?
like common
I walked through
people,
it.
like this is new phenomenon,
Yeah.
right?
I'm
I will say you have not heard people at
Yeah.
bars being like,
Some
I just
people are like,
I
yeah,
stepped through a way portal.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna blow through apprehension, and I'm stepping through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Havoc will pull
I'll
out
follow.
the same heavy blaster that he used against that giant frog creature. Just pulls it
Yeah.
out of his ass. I don't know.
You can't have turned into a butt plug.
that's where
Yeah.
I keep all my guns.
Yeah.
He goes, all right.
I mean, to be clear, there's no way I'm letting Praxis dive in alone. So as soon
Okay.
as I see him go in, I go in.
I will say that as you get closer to it, it does seem like it is flickering a little bit.
Like unstable, perhaps.
Yes. Yes. If that changes at all, but it might not.
World
Okay.
is
I
getting
said
an
I was
app
throwing
of completely
caution to the
different
wind,
planets.
and that's where I threw it.
I love it. Gears, what are you doing?
I'm following. I'm going in.
Okay. Everyone goes in.
Damn it, Praxis.
You,
life without a
you
little
s-
risk?
step
I
into,
just don't have any other leads. This is just pragmatic.
you step into this portal, and on the other side, when you come out, your vision is light, is overcome by this brightness. And then as your vision adjusts, like everything still has that almost watercolory bright white tint to it. It's very ethereal, but your vision starts to pick up these ginormous like jungle trees and roots and canopies. You can hear like creatures making sounds in the forest. And there is we'll say there's like a path that leads deeper into the forest.
Where the heck are we?
Is the
Maybe
portal
try
still
to
behind us?
contact Thetis now.
Like we didn't go through and it closed.
If you look behind you, yes, you do see the portal, and on this side as well too, it's also flickering.
All right, I checked my alien's motion tracker. Was there anything on this side?
It does not work at all.
Great. Yes, the tech guy who can't use his tech. This is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
We're so
I
far
just turn
from our
around and
ship.
yell,
Ugh.
Thetis!
Oh, why did you even say that out loud? Gears immediately has anxiety. So far
you-
away.
You yell, and a bunch of they're like motes of light in the shape of like cockatoos, essentially, like fly out of the canopy as you shout that. But you do not hear any response at all.
Satisfied? We should go back.
Hardly. Remind me not to leave you in charge if I ever disappear for the search party.
We haven't thoroughly searched the temple.
Feel free to go back, Graves. You're so concerned about the temple.
The temple
I
seemed
think
pretty
that's
empty, except for those display bees. I mean, this is probably our best shot. I don't like that we are. I don't even know where we are. Can I look? Is it nighttime, or can I even see the sky? in the forest?
No, it's like bright white.
What the hell? Great.
What do I feel as someone who hasn't been practicing or attuning to the way?
I mean, here's the thing. Again, everyone has a connection to the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even if you had no pips in attune, you could still attune. So
Yep.
everyone has that ability. It's like everyone's a Jedi in this system. to some extent.
Well, it's similar to the concept of
Everyone's
yeah.
force sensitive. Everyone's force sensitive.
Oh, they're at
That's
least
it.
force sensitive. Okay,
That's the right
Well, I mean, the
analogy
force is in everything, right? Maz Kanata talks about that in the
for sure.
sequels. You
Yeah.
For
can't-
sure.
You don't necessarily have the ability to manipulate it, but everyone can touch
Yes.
it. You touch it even
I-
if you don't know it.
You can touch it, and I think you can manipulate it too. Maybe
Mhm.
not as well as somebody that has spent the time studying it and has pips in it, but like
You're saying
everyone
there's
can
a
use-
chance.
everyone can use
Not
it
if you
to
roll
do
a one.
things. You
Yeah.
can do it. It's just consequences. I would say that even for somebody who does not spend time trying to connect with the way, you can feel its strength here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try something. I want to try and just like kind of push my mind outward and see if I can sense Thetis here.
Absolutely,
Mhm.
please. That definitely feels like we're looking more at an action.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a tune.
I love that. I think we're risky. I think we're standard. Risky standard.
Cool.
Crit.
No. Well, it's a crit of a kind. Double ones.
Oh no.
It might
Okay.
be the worst roll I've ever rolled.
Yeah. I said risky, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't even really know how to process that one.
You're like, this has never happened to me before. I don't know.
Well, what is going on?
How do I keep living life now? I don't understand. I think here's what it is. The path I mentioned that goes deeper into the forest. You can, if you follow that path, there's an end to it, and at the end of that path, you can feel Thetis's presence. I'm gonna create a clock though. I'm actually gonna keep this 8-segment clock. I'll just unmark everything. Because this flagrant use of the way has made this portal even more unstable. And for a moment, you all see the portal shut down completely and then flicker back. It flickers back slowly. So I'm creating an 8-segment clock called Portal Closes.
Can I resist that?
Yeah, is that a consequence?
It is a consequence. So tell me what you do to resist it.
I do not.
I mean,
like
I
that
think-
at all.
Yeah. I think like even before I see anything happening with the portal, I feel it with the way, and I just push in even harder instead of like backing off on the way to try and like keep the portal at least as stable as it's been.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's probably probably a resolve, I would imagine. Mental strain,
Okay.
willpower. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Six.
So no stress.
I don't know what's happening with my dice in general though, because I I got to roll 4 on that, and I rolled 1 6 and 3 1s.
Wow, jeez.
They're
They're just
favors.
reminding you that you aren't
They're
fully
fickle
in power
gods.
here.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You don't control us, we control you.
Look what we could do to you.
Here's what I'll say. In this moment, you strengthen this portal. Does that mean it's forever going to stay open? No. But in the moment, you know that it's open.
man, a part of me is like, oh, what if one of us like goes back through the portal and goes to the ship and maybe tries to like have one of you who are in the portal ping like your destination so we can try to find out. But our ship isn't just past the portal. Our ship is through the portal and up on the surface because we're in the fucking bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, it's not the best situation that we find ourselves.
It's not the best situation at all.
Yeah, and that's assuming this is a place that we could get to by ship if one of us
in
got
physical
to.
space, which I don't think it is.
But but Havoc says,
sorry, Thetis is ahead. That they said Thetis ahead.
All right, well, you're looking for him, I guess.
Were you about to say something, Havoc?
Yeah, I was just saying the way I see it. We're in here now. We're looking for Thetis. You sense him. No turning back now, right? That's what we came here for. I got my big gun with me, so I feel safe as a man with a gun.
Right.
Yeah, you're really convinced us. All right. We just follow the path, right? I guess.
Follow the path. You follow the path, and eventually you basically come to. It kind of looks like a shrine, a little bit, and standing at the shrine, completely still, is the body of Thetis.
Oh.
Thetis's body is
standing.
Is standing, unmoving but breathing.
Thetis?
And there is no answer from him.
Why don't we see if we can collect the chap and move quickly back to where we came?
All right. Yeah. Does he have the mantle on him? Out of curiosity.
Yes, he does.
Because we would see it, right? It's like armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like.
I was just trying to decide if he does.
Be like a cape sort of thing.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I take it off of him.
Just in case.
He's unresponsive. Just in case. Who knows what's going to happen when we bring him back to consciousness? I give it to practice. I'm like, we should probably just in case, just take it off him. We don't need him to go nuts and start going invisible. And
all right. I put it on.
Yeah. I mean, if we need to give it back to him, or whatever, I mean, we'll have a conversation about it afterwards. Anyways, let's try to fish his mind out of there. And I'm assuming that's what you meant. Like, we're gonna try to use the.
I was thinking we'd have Graves wrap an arm around him and pull him back through the portal, and then we'll figure things out on the other side.
Oh, I mean, what if his mind is like engaged here or something?
If his mind is stuck here, then his body's useless there, and we find that out on the other side.
All right, I'm down for that. Graves, grab the boy.
Easy enough. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it's not going to be as easy as you think it is.
I'm just surprised it wasn't a trap after all.
You pick him up, and as you do, the whole ground shakes.
Oh,
there's trees that start to fall down, and if we were the audience would like see the camera pan back to the portal, and the portal like close and then breathe, like come back slowly.
All right after having said that.
And as you pick him up too, you can see that what you didn't see from behind when you were walking up is that there are wounds all along his body, and he is bleeding. Or was bleeding. It looks like he might be he's somehow keeping himself alive.
I let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to see if
shaking.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
He's badly hurt. Gears, medkit.
I'm pulling a medkit.
So things stopped shaking when you stopped touching him.
Right.
Well, if I just touch him, do things start shaking? Like if I
Well,
like,
it's
just put a
not
finger-
just that. I think that perhaps, and forgive me, I know he's a friend, but we have a job to do, and we have the cloak. Maybe it's best we make our way back through the portal and worry about Thetis another time. He's keeping himself alive already.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty sure. I just a minimal effort. I mean, just to
Sure.
see if we can unlock him.
I understand.
You have a point. I'm not trying to.
No, I don't want to pull you away from a friend. Let's see what we can do for the chap.
I do try to just like touch him. If it does, like everything freak out if I do.
Yeah, I mean, not as much as Graves picking him up, but you can tell that there's something about like. Well, actually, no. Just touching him doesn't.
Okay.
It's
So
it's the
I will
moving.
try to treat him with a med kit. I
Yeah.
don't know if that forces me to roll a doctor's roll or anything.
I mean, I think if you're intending
What
to do
happens if
something,
we
it
kiss
sounds like
him?
an action.
Justin.
I think
Give me an action roll.
I'm gonna roll doctor.
Okay.
While they are attending to Thetis, I want to back away and have Praxis. I want to try and leave through the portal without anyone noticing me doing so.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You have the cloak, or does Gear
Yeah.
still have?
No, I have
You have the cloak. Okay.
Yeah, I gave it to Praxis.
Oh.
Can I notice him doing so?
We'll do this. Let's do the doctor thing first,
Okay.
and then we'll get to that. As I really like
what's
that
my
one.
standing for that one?
Yeah. I think risky and we'll say risky standard.
Okay.
Risky
I
standard.
will steal a gambit, the last one.
Oh
Oh yes. And
Oh yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
and then I think I'll just roll it from there.
Just roll well.
Just yeah.
It's just
Don't
the
roll
one
poorly.
die.
Don't roll poorly.
I didn't. It was a 6.
Ooh,
Okay,
beautiful.
great. You did spend a gambit, so you don't get that gambit back.
Sure.
But you spend some time patching him up a little bit, and eventually, like when Graves picked him up, his wounds started to bleed again. So once you kind of patched him up, his eyes are still closed,
Okay.
but like very weakly, he gets out. He just goes. Well, I guess Johnny could say it, but he doesn't know what I'm planning to say. He goes, I'm keeping myself alive, and I'm keeping the portal open. I've been trapped in here for almost a week now.
He
The
doesn't have
portal's
an
going to
accent,
close any moment now.
Okay, now Johnny, you say that.
Yes,
That.
but from here.
that.
Keeping myself alive.
All right. Oh, sorry. I didn't know he was actually going to do it. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I was not really going to keep going.
All right. All right. So, and Gears is talking, responding. So we just got to carry you out of here, and
We can try.
I can try to help you maintain the space. So
Let it
that
be
you
so.
don't have to be so distracted.
Fine. Let's pause though, and see what happens as Praxis sneaks away.
Right.
You are trying to see him, is that correct?
Oh, me?
Havoc.
I'd like to. I mean, I
Okay.
imagine Havoc, being in several races and like having to pilot very fast moving vehicles. He has
Yeah.
to be pretty reactive and observant to
Yeah.
details like that. So I don't know if there's is there a contest roll in?
There is. There's advice on PC versus PC. I think in this case we'll have you each make an action roll and compare the results.
And to Johnny, Havoc noticing you doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna stop you.
Sure.
So
Maybe he joins you.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to roll Skulk
I think that makes sense. We'll say your skulk is risky standard.
Okay.
I feel like what would make the most sense? The one that looks is just looking at the 12 actions. It looks like study would make the most sense.
I mean, again, you can do whatever you want. Maybe it's a skulk.
Another skulk as well.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I could see that making sense.
I can see that, but yeah. Okay, yeah. I will skulk. I'll take your. I'll see your skulk. And I'll
Skulk back.
skulk as well. I'll skulk back.
Skulk back.
Take that. Skulk the skulk.
Here's my question for you, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Is Havoc the type of person who, like, even if he's like aware of his surroundings, do you think you would be particularly not distracted, but like paying attention to what is going on with Fetus?
No, I think he's very detached
Okay.
from that.
Then I
Which
think
is why I think this in this particular situation, Havoc even would.
if anyone
notice.
Havoc would notice.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think then that is also risky standard also.
Okay. Although I would like, can I trade down to desperate? For great effect.
You certainly could.
I'll do the same.
Okay. Ooh. And then now that I'm rolling a desperate action, I have this new move, Daredevil. So instead of taking an XP, I can choose to take an additional dice instead. A die
Doesn't it have to
instead.
start at desperate. I don't think you get a trade down. To
Oh.
desperate to do that.
Maybe. Let me.
Yep. I'm almost positive that's how it reads.
Yeah, scoundrel. I don't know. It says when you make a desperate roll, you may take
Let me.
plus 1d if you do so.
It's
do not
probably
like-
expounded in the actual.
in the actual. Yeah, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, because that does sound familiar. What you're saying. Yeah, it's this scoundrel ability.
Yep. So if you use well. Here's how it reads. You may only take this extra die if the final position of the roll is desperate. So if you use a setup to change the position to risky, for example, you may not take the extra die.
Oh yeah.
So,
Sounds like the inverse is
This
also
is the
makes it-
final. Yeah.
Yep.
This
It
is
makes
the
it
final
sound
outcome.
As long as it's desperate, you get an extra die.
So I will do that. I will forgo the XP and take an extra die. All right. Let us skulk, sir. Let us
Alright.
see who is the best skulker.
I'm gonna push myself to get an extra die because I'm.
Oh.
nervous. You have extra.
How do you
die.
push yourself? Shoot Havoc so he can't see you.
At first, you were just gonna crouch, but you just go full prone and roll away.
Well, no, it's not even that. I was gonna say like I just immediately, even though I wasn't planning on doing this, tap into the
Cloak.
abilities of the cloak, and I make
Yeah.
it kind of
Sure.
not necessarily go invisible, but make it hard for you to focus on me.
You
Sure.
cheeky little bastard, you.
Man. I should never have trusted that guy.
Accurate.
What?
Of course.
I got double
You
six.
couldn't.
Oh,
Whoa!
Hey.
Oh,
What a world.
Interesting. I mean,
I got two sixes and a 5. If that.
I mean, I got 2 6s and nothing because I only had 2 dice. But
Oh,
I think here's what it is then. Let me know if you feel like this is acceptable.
we just both sink away without seeing each other.
No, I think it's I think to honor both of you getting crits, right? Like how do you decide who wins? I think what it means is that Praxis does slip away. I think Havoc, you notice it quicker. Maybe you don't see him slip away,
But I notice he's gone.
but you
before
notice
anyone
he's
else.
gone before anyone else does.
I think if that's the case, then I will also slip away towards the portal because I think Havoc will only assume that that's where Praxis is going.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Graves and I just turned around. There's no one else there.
We're just like,
Once I'm through the portal,
I guess they left.
once I'm through the portal,
Yeah.
I will beeline for the bathysphere, and because of the cloak, I don't need to make any turns or anything. I can just run literally straight there.
You
Okay.
cheeky
If you-
motherfucker.
You're like using the cloak now?
Yeah,
Okay, let's get a
just run through the walls and all that shit.
I think we need an attune roll then.
Sure.
I really want Havoc to just like actually try to run through the walls, just like Juggernaut style.
Yeah.
But he's
He can
not.
do it,
but
I
he's
can do
not
it.
Graves.
Single 6.
You're fine.
and
You're
to be
totally
fair,
fine.
Graves doesn't try to run through walls either.
So then I guess Havoc wouldn't even see you then.
Oof.
Right?
Once he,
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
probably through the
he's-
first wall before he gets
he's
through the
intangible.
portal.
But you Havoc, you step through the portal as well, and you don't see Praxis anywhere.
I think Havoc will still. He'll almost definitely get there too late. But I think Havoc will just still try to sprint to the bathysphere.
Okay, so you're both making your way to the bathysphere. I'm
Yeah, but
tracking.
obviously Havoc has to take the regular route, whereas
Yeah,
Praxis is just able to cheat
Yeah,
physics.
I think here's what happens. We have a very we're gonna have two similar scenes because Praxis, you'd see this in that very first room with all the littered dead bodies. When you get there, you see the 12 the dozen or so of those avian way creatures. You are intangible, but they are way creatures. Can they detect you? Perhaps we find out with a fortune roll. You step into the room, even being intangible, and almost immediately, one of them turns and holds its wings out and fires a few of these darts in your direction. I will say none of them hit you, but they know you're there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not terribly worried about it if I'm intangible because they can't hit me. So I just
They're way
continue
creatures,
forward.
But
Yeah, way creatures, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm intangible. And
okay,
so
all right. You're right. Okay, all right.
tangibility is tangibility.
You're right. You're right. All right. All right.
So I-
Okay. You just run through them. Havoc. Then you come into the room, and then immediately stop as these 12 creatures turn, look at you, and raise their wings. And when we cut to inside of the portal, you've just gotten done patching Thetis up. I'm assuming you guys are going to start moving him.
Yep.
I really hope the portal closes now.
And Havoc and Praxis go.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, do your best to hold him, and I will try to push out my mental way influence and try to hold open
Okay.
the door with Thetis.
When you turn around to start walking back towards the portal, you hear rustlings in the trees
Totally. Yep.
as
Gonna
about
happen again.
a half dozen of these avian birds jump from the treetops and land in between you and the way out of the forest towards the portal.
Can you carry him, Gears?
Nope. And I will use my way, and I'm hoping that I can sort of mentally suggest to Thetis without
Yeah.
even speaking, just go as fast as possible. This is an artificial space essentially, or it's sort of within the way. The door doesn't have to be where it is.
Oh,
I will try to move it to us.
that feels very way appropriate.
Move the door to you. That's fun. That's very
instead
fun.
of trying to get past all of these dudes.
That's
Nick
very
Kaplan.
very fun. I would like an attune roll then.
That's fair. That's very fair.
I shouldn't have told you. I'm so sorry. I should
Oh.
tell you. I should let you
I was
tell me
gonna
what
go.
action.
I was gonna go with a tune. So
It
That's
only
fair.
makes sense, right?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe like sway.
I feel like
Over here,
attune
door.
rolls
Using the door.
are the
Come over
only
here.
action roll in the game where it's like definitely like obvious.
There
This,
there are definitely times when you're like, there's not really any other way you could do this, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? Like maybe you're using the way to sneak through something. Maybe it's a skulk roll and not an attune roll, right? You can flavor things for sure.
Skulk tune.
A skulk tune.
Sorting with the way to move the.
Sway the way.
But yeah, no, I would do a tune. So what kind of position would
Yeah.
I do that?
I think we're probably looking at. Ooh. Is it desperate or risky? Let's stay risky. We'll stay risky right now.
Okay.
And I think we'll say standard effect, but I think it's gonna. I think I'm gonna create a clock. I don't think it's gonna just be one action that gets the portal to you.
Okay.
So we'll say it's 6 segments, risky standard.
Risky standard. Yeah, I will push myself
Okay.
for greater effect. And I will hear a devil's bargain.
Okay, the devil's bargain is that I.
Oh, no, wait,
will-
no. Can you? Oh, no, that's only if you get a bonus die. Never mind. I can still get. Sorry.
Yeah, because you did the effect thing. Yeah, you just can't get the bonus type for both. The devil's bargain is that I will also start to tick off on the portal closes clock.
Yeah. All right. So I'm doing risky greater effect, right?
You traded, you push yourself for the great effect. So risky,
Yeah.
great, sure, okay.
And I'm. Yeah. Should I do that? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. 6.
Hey, that's pretty good. Did you spend a gambit?
No, I did not.
Okay.
So
So
we
you
don't
gambit
have a
back.
gambit to spend.
Okay. So I'm gonna mark off 3 on the portal moves to the party. I will be marking off 2 on the portal closes.
Okay.
Graves, what are you
So-
doing? I think Gears is probably a little occupied trying to get this portal to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gears like stutters out because he's trying to concentrate. Like, just hold him off for a second, and tries to pull the.
I was wondering if that was the directive. So like just much heat on the birds as possible, I guess. Right?
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Let's hope that this gun works here in the way dimension.
I don't think it does.
Click,
Isn't that-
click,
That's the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah. Like no tech.
So I'm gonna obviously let you still do something, but like I think you start to try and pull the trigger and it just
Yeah. I mean,
nothing.
I don't know the depth or extent of like concentrated aspects of the way interrupting tech. Vibroblade, I'm guessing, won't work either. Like Graves is just like fumbling through his stuff quickly,
Yeah.
Just like nothing is
Well, a
seeming to
vibroblade
work.
is still a sword.
Yeah,
Throwing
yeah.
that out there. It's just that it won't have the extra effect of being
Vibrating.
Okay.
vibrating at
Okay.
a high
Yeah.
frequency.
I think I go for the sword.
I think you gotta.
I charge at the birds and
Charge
try
the
to
6 displacer
Yeah,
bird
just try to
beasts with
keep
your
them-
sword.
at bay until Gears can do what Gears got to do.
Doing my best.
Ah,
All right. What
Oh,
action
scrap.
do you think you're using?
It's definitely scrap.
Yeah, it's definitely scrap. I'm not gonna lie. This sounds pretty desperate to me.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds pretty desperate.
Well, Justin, we are desperate, okay?
Well, whose fault is it that we're in such a desperate position?
Yeah, so this is a mechanical question that I would love
Yeah.
clarified related to Predator, Justin.
Sure.
So I take +1 die to rolls against weakened or vulnerable targets.
Yeah.
When you gather info on a weakness or vulnerability, the worst you can get is 4 to 5. I'm guessing that the assumption I'm making that I don't want to make is that just because I've gathered info on a vulnerability that they're vulnerable.
You still need to leverage it. Yes.
I have to wait for the specific moment or something
Yep.
that one of them is about to fire their opinions.
Yep.
Okay.
Which you
so
can
to
tell
the
me
extent that applies, like that's my plan is
So-
to go
yeah,
forward
okay.
with the sword
Okay.
and try to wait
That's
for moments
perfect.
where they line up their shot.
No, that's perfect because that's exactly what it's supposed to be, right? You tell me that
Okay.
I'm going to wait for this moment. Obviously, that changes then what the consequences would be, right? It changes
Okay,
the
yeah.
position, changes the effect, but it's going to give you that extra dice.
Yeah.
And if you were just not, I'm just going to swing. So anyway,
Okay.
I still think this is desperate, but I'll say that because you are waiting for this moment, we'll say great effect.
Okay. And because this is melee, I get an extra die from Wrecking Crew.
You would get an extra die from Wrecking Crew.
What is the effect, Justin? Sorry.
Great effect.
Great effect. Okay. Yeah.
So you
I'll roll
don't
5
need to
dice.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man.
5 dice, man.
That's pretty good.
This is
Pretty
the
good.
thing I'm supposed to be good at. So come on. Okay. 5 is the highest across all 5 dice.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Didn't get my 6, but hey.
Okay. So I am going to you do it. So what I'll say is you maybe take out a couple of them. A couple of them though raise their wings and fire their darts. And they hit Thetis.
Oh no.
So I'm gonna mark off 2 on the portal closes clock.
Really?
What is that clock at? Well, because he's holding it open.
He is holding it open. So it will be at 4 of 8.
Mm-hmm.
And where are we at moving it?
You are at 3 of 6.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right.
Okay. Consequences are consequences.
Can
I
I
will not
try to-
resist that.
Can I try to move it again? Now that combat has kind of happened.
Yeah. I'm gonna mark off those 2, and then I mean you can see these darts hit Thetis gears because you're the one kind of next to him and helping prop him up, and you can see the veins under his skin start to blacken and cascade through from the wound out further into his belly.
Oh, that ain't good. Yeah, I will try. Yeah, I mean, he just kind of shrugs it off. He can't really do anything about it right now. So Gears just keeps the portal coming, and he's gonna try. I'm gonna try to like. I'm moving the portal, so I'm gonna try to have it like swallow Graves on the way
Oh, okay.
because he's kind of
That's fun.
forward,
Yeah.
and then grab the 2 of us. I say that not knowing if my roll will be enough to actually close this. I will do a tune again.
Okay. I think this is desperate.
Yes. Okay.
And I think it's just I'm gonna say for this one limited effect. Because the portal is now like very much fading in and out of reality because Thetis is barely holding on.
Okay.
We haven't even. I think after this too, we're gonna switch to the other 2 and see what they're up to. But
Yeah.
all attention is inside of the way right now.
I will push myself for better position again, or better effect.
Better effect. Okay, so standard effect.
Standard effect.
Okay.
So what am I at? Desperate Standard?
Desperate Standard.
Desperate Standard. We've already marked off on the thing. I will spend the gambit I earned.
Okay.
Have 2 dice. It's not going to be enough unless I roll a critical success.
Just do that then. Just
Thanks,
roll a
Danny.
critical success. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why you do something.
Very helpful.
You could do another Devil's Bargain.
Well, that just gives me more dice. Well, I guess it
Then you
makes
got
it
a
more
better
likely.
chance of getting a crit.
Slightly,
Yeah.
slightly more likely. What is the Devil's Bargain this time? Let me hear it.
I
I
mean,
guess.
I think it's the same. I think I'm gonna
Mark
mark 2
even
off
more
when that
off.
portal closes. Yeah. So we're only 2
All right,
away.
screw it.
Does that mean you're taking it?
Yeah, I'm taking it. Sorry. That's right. Just a 6.
Just a 6. So you do it. So I'm gonna
Uh,
mark 2 off of that.
Yeah,
You
3
can
off.
you can see it now. You can see the portal. It's like moving towards these creatures that are fighting with graves.
Yeah.
We're gonna swing and see what Havoc is up to. I mean, Praxis is just running the bathysphere, so we'll get to him in a second. See what he wants to do there. But I want to see Havoc. What do you do as these 12 avian birds just spin around and raise their wings as though they're about to fire?
So Havoc hasn't even stopped running.
Okay.
He's just gonna look at where the hallway is on the
Yeah.
other side of the room.
Yep.
And he'll just jump and use the thrust on his customized spacesuit.
Oh, I love it.
Combined with him shooting his heavy blaster behind him to just try to leap across this room.
Like a fire
And
extinguisher. Yeah, in space.
basically.
Yeah.
This looks like Jetpack Joyride, I'm imagining.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
he's jetpack
exactly.
joyriding in hopes to just completely avoid all these.
That
displacer
is
birds.
amazing. Give me an engagement or an action roll. What action do you think you're using here?
Well, because I'm essentially steering myself with the gun and the thrusters, I would argue for helm.
Hey, man, sure. I'm gonna say this then. I'm gonna say that you're at a desperate position, but I think I like helm a lot, so I'm gonna give you a standard effect. You'll end up on the other side of these creatures.
You know what? I'll take it because since I'm in a desperate position, I'm gonna not
Gonna
take
get that
the
extra
XP
die.
and choose
Yeah.
to take an extra die.
There you go.
And you know what? I got stress to spare. I'm reckless. It's my only trauma. I'm gonna push myself
Okay.
for I think I'm gonna push myself for greater effect though.
Okay. Greater effect. So just get
Yeah,
much
'cause I'm
further
already
down, and they'll have
rolling-
a harder time catching up to you probably.
Yeah, because I'm already rolling 4 dice. And yeah.
Okay. Give me that roll.
Here we go. A 5 is the highest.
Okay. So I think here's what it is. I think it's like a slow motion thing of you like jumping in the air and making this move as all these like feathers are like fired at you, and you're just dodging a bunch of them in the air as you swing past them. When you turn around and land, the camera zooms in on you, kind of clutch your side, and we can see that you got hit with one of these feathers as the wound starts to do the same thing that Thetis was seeing. But you can resist that if you'd like.
Can I mark armor?
You can mark armor. Yep. You can definitely mark armor. Yep. So we see Havoc maybe just like pull it out of his armor, and then the wound is, didn't pierce the armor at all. So, but you're like very far past them now. Like you can even see, what is Thetis doing? Thetis gets to the bathysphere.
Or
Praxis.
Praxis.
Praxis, sorry. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, no, I reached the bathysphere, and I'm getting in and just launching off immediately.
Havoc, you see the bathysphere take off
Is there a way that I can get there and just grab onto it? I'm already in my spacesuit.
I
You
mean,
will
you
die
can
in the water
try.
outside.
I mean,
Your
let's play around. We
spacesuit
can.
will not protect you from that pressure.
It's fine and customized.
You will ocean gate out there. You will.
I'm thinking of a couple things. Obviously, I want to as much as possible just let you try things, but I also think I am having a hard time just being like, yeah, do it. Like I do think you're thousands of feet down below. Even if it wasn't the pressure,
Yeah.
the like increase in like distance that fast of a person would kill them as well. So I don't know, maybe there's another bathysphere. But I think you're gonna have to, let's see. I'm gonna roll a dice. I'm gonna roll two dice.
Havoc's also just very confused. He's like, why the fuck
So-
is Praxis leaving?
There is another bathysphere track. However, you now remember that you saw it up there. So you're gonna have to hit the button to call it down and wait for it.
I don't like that, Justin.
Hey, I rolled a 4, so it's a mixed result.
So I will most definitely die if I just hold on to the outside of the bathysphere.
Yes.
What if there's like a section
He stalls trying to think of something.
like underneath the bathysphere or something? What if there's like a maintenance door and I can just like I don't know, man. I'm fishing.
Do you want me to help make the decision easy for you?
Sure, Johnny.
As Praxis gets close to the bathysphere, I will side dance and really I think the intent is more important than him hearing any words, and so I communicate basically mentally, like, stay here and wait for the others.
You're commanding him to do that, or you're just like suggesting that?
I am so I am technically, it's sway, right? I'm pushing myself to cloud his mind and force him to and sway him in the face of contradictory evidence. Is what the way
I mean, here's the thing. So under PC2, it says that you can just decide what happens, unless you can imagine Havoc being the type of person who'd be able to resist this sort of thing.
Yeah. Havoc is less worried about where Praxis is going. He's more worried about Praxis taking the ship to get to where he's going.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, I think I can say confidently, I think that you know Praxis well enough to know that he's not going to leave you stranded down here.
Okay.
It could even be a thing if I had enough of a head start and and we know that there's another bathysphere, that you look over and see that the second one's already been called.
Yeah. I was going to suggest that maybe you hit the button to call it down as you left.
I think
let's make a decision though, because I really want to cut to back inside the way.
Okay, so I think if that's the case, and if Havoc sees the other one's already called, I think in his confusion, he'll just look, and I'm sure Praxis, if he turns around through the bathysphere, he'll just see Havoc just sort of standing there, breathing heavily, just like watching him
go
away on the rail.
I think Havoc, I do like the scene, and this is the last thing I'll say, is I love the idea of Havoc being able to very clearly see that Praxis is not turning around.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you were waiting.
Yeah, I'll just wait for the second bathysphere.
Okay. You turn around to see that these creatures are starting to advance on you, and we cut back into the way. I think we need to see what Graves is doing as he fights these things.
I mean, it seems like it's not enough to Graves once he sees the pinions go at Thetis instead of at him.
Yeah.
Justin, is there any chance a detonator will work?
I mean,
Because if it's an easy thing to resolve, like in process, then if it's a no, then I have another thing. So don't be afraid to say no.
Here's what I think. Here's what I can give you.
Yeah.
I don't think the detonator itself will work, but if you can find some way to manually set off that explosion, the explosion's not tech. The explosion would work. Explosion's just like exploding material.
Who has a flint and steel?
But if you can find some way to like light it and throw it,
Yeah.
sure, that would work.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what it is, there's no great answer as far as I can tell. So I mean, that's fine. So if I like take out a detonator ball and like press the button and see no reactivity or like time whatever things
the button doesn't work.
starting,
Yes.
then like Graves will just start like roaring and shouting at these birds. And I think just up the aggression, like maybe jump on one of them or something.
Sure,
and like,
sure.
Try to truly arrest their attention.
Yeah, like taunt them a little bit. Okay, give me an action. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's still scrap heavy. It's just a different flavor of scrap, I think. I don't want to, or maybe it's, I don't know. I would love to have more pips in command and use command, but like, insofar as it's scrap, I want to leverage scrap. So,
okay, I think scrap is desperate limited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What if it's command?
I think you'd have a bit more effect.
Okay, because you think it's more appropriate to the nature of
to what you were trying to accomplish.
All right, then I'll try command.
Okay, I think we're looking probably still at desperate standard, but better effect.
Desperate standard.
Yep.
I'll push myself for great effect.
Yep.
And I will. Oof. Okay. I'll push myself again, going up to 8 out of 9 stress.
Oh, wow.
For the extra die, and then I'll take a third die from Gambit if we have one.
Did you you said you push yourself twice?
Yes.
I don't think you can do that.
Oh, I can't? Okay.
Yeah, you can't. You can either take the dice or the extra effect.
Okay. Yeah. We have a Gambit, correct?
I'm
No,
not
I just
sure if
used
we
it.
do.
We're all out? Okay.
Sorry.
Dang it. It's all right. Give me a devil's bargain.
The devil's bargain
already-
is the devil's bargain is that this will. You can't then take the
if I
extra
push,
dice.
then I can't.
But
Okay.
you could take the devil's bargain and push for a greater effect.
That is my intent. Yeah, I've already
Okay,
pushed
so you
myself
can
for
do that.
great effect.
Great. So you can take the extra die from a devil's bargain. I think the devil's bargain is that it'll work it a little bit too well, and you'll have trouble getting to the portal.
Okay, I can accept that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So that puts me at 2d6 for command with great effect.
Yep. Desperate great effect.
All right. 6.
Nice.
6 and a 1, baby.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
So you roar at these creatures and jump on one of them and start like riding it around like a fucking horse. And the other 3 that are still alive turn to you and start trying to like jump and claw at you and fire their feathers at you, and you're just like bucking around on this thing, and they're having trouble getting a beat on you. But it also means you're no longer in the path of the portal, automatically picking you up, and you're gonna have to find a way to get off of these creatures from attacking you and get through the portal. Gears, what do you do?
I'm gonna try to move it over us.
Okay. It's desperate.
Yeah.
And I think we've been standard on these, and I think it holds. And I would love to offer the devil's bargain one last time. You'll get it over. I'll even give you the option. You'll get it over you and Thetis, or you can get it over Graves, and then it'll close.
How many pips left do I have on the moving it?
Just
Just
one.
one run, right? Then I won't take those bargain. I'll just roll it straight. You said
Desperate
standard.
standard. Desperate standard. Yep.
Can't get any more experience in my resolve track. Oh boy. You know what? I will push myself
Okay.
for another die.
Okay. That take you?
Christ.
Is that 8 of 9?
That's 8 of 9, yes.
Okay.
Six and a 1.
My heart is pounding right now. My heart is
Literally, it was so
pounding.
frustrating. I rolled
you-
the first one, and then the other dice was a 6, but slid off my desk. So I went to roll it again, and then it was a 6 again. So I was like, okay, like,
The portal, you have trouble getting it over Graves though, because he's in combat with these creatures, but it shows up right next to you, and you and Thetis step through.
no, I think, well, so Graves, are you saying that Graves still needs to make a check of some kind?
I am, because of the Devil's Bargain.
Can I
him
just switch
resting
it?
attention?
Can I switch it that like he just brings some of that we all get out, but the monster is now with him or whatever?
Like you saying, like the
Whatever,
portal,
smaller.
like kind of like moves forward, like kind of sweeps over them, so they
Over
go
them?
through before
Yeah.
you as the portal.
Up to you. I mean, I can just I couldn't get Graves. There's too many
yep.
around him.
Nope, I like it. I accept.
No,
Okay.
like Graves
I
is
accept.
still engaged with them. He's just
Yep.
through.
I accept. So Graves, you find yourself now back in the temple.
And
You were
tech
still
works
on
here.
these- You were still on these creatures. They're still attacking you, but you are now through the portal.
You can use guns.
Yes.
And I think for the drama of it, as soon as you step through, Thetis kind of falls unconscious in
Yeah, of
Gears'
course.
arms, and the portal closes. I think I'm gonna cut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
cut to the pad that the Montresor is currently parked on. And as the three of you are still stuck down in the temple, surrounded by these creatures, with a single bathysphere out, and that way creature still patrolling the waters, we see Praxis get inside of the Montresor, fire it up, and fly off into the stars. And we'll have to come back and see what happens next fall.
My boy is so dead.
That's our fucking ship, man.
I have a good idea where Praxis is off to. And I love the decisions he makes. What a terrible cliffhanger to end on.
Good
There were a
times
lot
all
of-
around.
A lot of tense moments in there. I still have a blast with this system. It's so much fun to just
It's
see
so fun.
all of us
It is.
stress out about the story we're telling. And genuinely, I don't think I've played a game where I'm as stressed in the middle of the story as I am in this game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
As players,
Um,
we're stressed mechanically and stressed in real life.
And
So
in
it's-
real life, like my heart was genuinely like, this is so like they could get stuck here. And oh my gosh. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Yes.
We'll be back. The I don't know when the stream of this will be, but we'll be back with the audio on September 27th. So the audio for when we come back in the fall of Scum and Villainy will be September 27th. The actual stream will be before that, sometime either a couple weeks or a week, probably on Sunday like we've been doing. But we're not going to be completely silent for the entire summer. Nick and Johnny and Danny and I are going to be playing Fist, Avalon, but we're kind of changing it up a little bit. We're going to do like Magitech Arthurian Nights in the future. I'm very excited for that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And then in the fall. We'll come back to Scum and Villainy, and then I believe sometime in November is when we'll start releasing our new Avatar Legends campaign. But you can catch the last 2 episodes of Avatar Legend on Tuesday and I think Thursday. Is that right, Steve?
Friday.
Tuesday and Friday.
Tuesday and Friday.
Yeah.
Tuesday and Friday. So Tuesday and then Friday will be the finale. And we might try and see if we can put together a Q&A with as many people as can show up from both campaigns and just see what happens. So, y'all, thank you so much. And we will see you next time.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good summer.